Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
You've spoken a lot about democracy, and I would just like to point to the accusations of human rights abuses in terms of the elimination of your political opponents or the oppression of the press, and I would just like to hear your comments towards that.
No, I would like to hear your comments because for me, it's like, it's always difficult to accuse me of anything and then say, prove yourself innocent. I think I want to turn it to you and say, prove me guilty. That's where the problem lies. The press or human rights groups, what they say about me personally or about Rwanda, when you are in Rwanda and are dealing with these decent human beings also in Rwanda, and they tell you their own stories, you won't trace even 0.001% of what they're talking about. Okay. The real life there is completely different from what the young girl is talking about. Absolutely different. But people will stay here, will be here in the US and wherever, and they've never even been to Rwanda, they've never met Rwandans. The real Rwandans, they are there. Rwandans are there. The real people of Rwanda who are no different from you, what you aspire to be, to have, to do, they are no different. But it's as if Rwandans, Rwanda is treated like a botanical garden where you just go and water flowers and, no, human beings like anyone in this room. Absolutely. So these so-called human, don't know what. I tell you, half of my life, I've been living in the trenches, not sure of living to the next day. I didn't fight to be the president of my country. Never. It came by accident, I think. So I was fighting for my own rights, which anyone in any human rights organization could not give me. And even now cannot give me or cannot give Rwandans. So it's cynical and absurd that anyone would just be there talking about violations, me as the leader of my own people to be accused of violating their rights. It's just an absurd insult. But my answer is simple, is to do my best to serve my people the best way they can be served. That is the answer.
That's a great last word. Thank you. President Paul Kagame of Rwanda.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
To my fellow African diaspora, a very good day to all of you. My name is Ambassador Arikana Chihombori Kwao. Over the past couple of days, I've received many messages, emails, phone calls, and video clippings of the abuse that is being meted to our fellow African diaspora living in China. I've watched in horror Africans roaming the streets of China with their possessions after being evicted out of their homes simply because they are Africans. I've watched in horror Africans roaming the streets with their suitcases and at times with nothing at all, roaming the streets after being thrown out of their hotel rooms simply because they're Africans. I have watched in horror women carrying babies roaming the streets of China with nowhere to go after being thrown out of their homes simply because they're Africans. I've heard many stories of Africans who are married to Chinese being separated from their husbands or wives simply because they were Africans. I've heard stories about Africans being forced to take COVID-19 tests simply because they're Africans. In many cases, these individuals did not meet criteria for testing, or they had been quarantined for the specified time period as mandated by the anti-pandemic laws of China. Not once have I heard any complaints of any African disobeying the anti-pandemic laws of China. Why is it then that Africans are being singled out and mistreated? This situation is not acceptable. It is wrong, and it will not be tolerated. To President Xi, I say, while you have enjoyed good relationships with all the African leaders, it is precisely because of that that you should do the right thing. You are sitting in the big boy's chair, and we are asking you to make the big boy decisions. We're counting on you to make sure that the Africans that are roaming the streets and have been evicted from their homes be allowed to go back home. We're also asking you to make sure the Africans who are roaming the streets because they have been thrown out of their hotel rooms be allowed to go back to their hotel rooms. As we speak, President Xi, may I remind you that we have over 10 million Chinese residing in Africa, where we have welcomed them with open arms. We have allowed the Chinese to establish themselves to marry Africans and live happily ever after in our Africa. Why can't Africans be awarded the same welcome that we have given to millions of your citizens? What is being done to Africans in China is deplorable, and the world cannot stand by and allow it to continue. While we understand that the majority of the Chinese are good people, they're good citizens in China as well as in Africa. However, sadly, among them, there are a few bad apples. A few bad apples that have chosen to give China a bad name. A few bad apples that are making China look bad in the eyes of the Africans. This is a situation that cannot be allowed to continue. President Xi, you are a good man. And we would like the relationship between China and the African governments to continue unabated. But the behavior that's coming from a few of your citizens will not be tolerated. And we're counting on you to do what is right, to do what is just, and to do what is fair. The Africans are no longer going to tolerate this abuse. From the Chinese or anybody else for that matter. The African youth are enraged. We're asking, when is enough going to be enough? President Xi, the power is in your hands. We value, as Africans, our relationship with China. Please do not allow a few bad apples within your citizens to ruin what is otherwise a wonderful relationship between China and the African countries. As a united citizens, as a united African citizens in the diaspora, we're asking you, President Xi, to do what is right, to do what is just, and to do what is fair. The children of Africa are saying, enough is enough. The abuse of Africans at home and abroad, be it in China or on the continent, has got to stop. You may not be aware of some of these abuses, but as a united African citizenry in the diaspora, we hope you will receive our message in the spirit with which it is being delivered to you. You are a good man, President Xi. We trust you will do the right thing. I thank you.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
What type of freedom is this one? A freedom without water, a freedom without houses, a freedom without toilets, a freedom without access to quality education, a freedom without clinics and hospitals, a freedom without proper roads, a freedom with the highest unemployment amongst young people, a freedom of poverty and hunger amongst the so-called liberated. What type of freedom is this? What did we fight for? What did Mandela go to prison for? What did Sibukwe die for? What did they kill Solomon Mahlangu for? What did they kill Krisani for? Why did they put Winnie Mandela in isolation for so many years? For what? Because we don't see what these people died for and they were imprisoned for. What type of freedom is this? What type of a revolution is this? Where people say the revolution has taken place, yet the oppressor lost nothing. They still own the land, they still own the economy, they still own the environment, they still control our movements. This freedom is not free. How can it be free without economic power? How can it be free when our people are dying? The sick continue to sleep without food. Leave us with our truth, we will die with our truth, because truth is liberation. We are not going to lie because we want you to vote for us. Let's die in the opposition benches with our truth. Let us not opt for political expediency because we want power at all costs.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Well, I mean, some of the problems we are now handling in Africa, some of the mess we're trying to clean up in the continent, we have inherited. The mess of the borders we have inherited. Colonial powers, and some not colonial powers in Africa, have supported regimes which are very corrupt on that continent. I think now they should stop backing up these corrupt regimes and let Africans, in their own way, try and establish regimes which can care about people. Some of the governments of the West, and including the United States, has really been very bad on our continent. They have used the Cold War and all sorts of things to back up a bunch of corrupt leaders on our continent. I think they should stop now and let the people of Africa sort out their own. When we have African problems, we ourselves have a duty to solve our problems. I think we must accept that. When you have African problems, we should try on our own to solve those problems. We would prefer the outside world to keep out. If we want help, we can seek for help. But you realize sometimes we ask for help and it doesn't come. On the 5th of last month, our leaders met in Nairobi and said, we need a force to go into Zaire to help the refugees to come back. It's not happening. We appealed to the United Nations to establish that force, and we said we would also be participating in that force. Well, quite frankly, this is not happening. What is happening is a kind of self-help within Eastern Zaire itself, and the refugees are going back. I think the lesson which Africa should draw from that that they should rely upon themselves to the maximum when it comes to dealing with African problems.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Yes, ourselves is the most important change, because we can blame our leaders as much as we want, but who put them there? You know, so the problem must start with us, that we must be the ones really with the problem, you know? So we need to check ourselves and fix ourselves, and we need to find ourselves and understand ourselves, because I can't really say with confidence that we know truly who we are. All we know is what we have been told to be, you know. And it's like, and our concept of what is cool and what is what we should do is not something that comes from us. You know, unfortunately, it comes from a setting that, like, from you watch TV and think, okay, this one we want to be American, or we want to be, you know, that's the first problem. We all want to leave. How can there be peace in the home when the home is not, the foundation of the home is not solid enough? It's not a foundation that is based off of your reality. You know? We need foundations based off of our own reality. We need our history teachers in school to teach our own history. You know, we need the roots of our understanding to be solid, to be so solid that no one can tell us anything about us. We should tell you about us. You know, you cannot come and tell me somebody discovered something here and I've lived it.
My story is my story, not yours.
Yeah. So I mean, we really need to, you know, we really need to find ourselves and take charge of ourselves. That's really what I've been trying to do from the beginning of my career. You know, is pass that message there. And what I've come to discover is, you know, especially from the youth, our youth, you know, is that they feel this sense of severe oppression. Do you understand? In the sense that, like for example, right? Right now, I don't think there's anybody that will go walk it up to in Port Harcourt, anybody that's my age, yeah, and I'll ask them, sorry, not my age, like the younger generation, and I'll ask them, look, what do you want to be? Everybody that wants to be a musician or a politician.
Or wants a contract.
That's it. Do you understand? Nobody's like, there's nothing, nobody thinks of anything more, because this is what our older generation and our leaders have showed us that is the way. And now we have to look at that and we see it as the only way, forgetting that, you know, it's not only somebody that sells cow that makes money, you can sell chicken too, you know. But like, at the end of the day, what else, what's the solution you're going to give them to, you know? Because I've seen this, like, and it's so emotional for me, you know. So I mean, it's something I take upon myself, and I try my best to show my people, you know, that the best ways, and that there's so many other ways, and there's so much you can do, you know. And like, you have to find what is you and what you love to do, and just take that to the world. You know, you don't have to, like, the world is so bigger than what you see, you know. And I try, and it's something that is so hard to preach to someone that has been stripped of, you know, his land and his fishing and his and
everything. Yeah.
Me, I'm the most realistic and realist person you'll ever meet. I don't know how to sugarcoat anything, and I don't know how to be politically correct. So this is why I usually don't have these conversations. I just put them in music. You know, I'll end up getting in trouble.
Well,
did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
And in fact, the conversation was, do we need donors' money, or do we need support from anywhere for us to be able to clean our own environment? And we said, no, we can clean our own environment, and on that we can build something new, something different, something better. So that's how it has changed. And it has gone down in the minds of people. Everyone has seen the benefits. Of course, at the beginning, you don't have everyone understanding what needs to be done or the benefits of it. But once you get started, then you create a critical mass and of understanding as well as to actually what is happening and therefore the benefits of it. And from there, it increases to a level like where we are now, where it has more or less become a culture. Every month and every Saturday ending the month, we have, in fact, people no longer have to be mobilized to be able to do it. They just show up every time, and they are different. They are doing different things in their communities across the country. It's not just the city, one city or another, it's across the country. So we embarked on that and made very good progress. But we went ahead to look at many other things we could do that do not cost us much. For example, we banned use of plastic bags. And around that, we also looked at the alternatives. If you ban plastic bags, what are you going to therefore be using to do what the plastic bags were covering in this sense? So, which provided an opportunity for investment and business and activity for people, again, economic activity in replacing the plastic bags. And now we are in fact going ahead and also dealing with the single-use plastic bags. And that, for us, that's what we have been doing from the start. And therefore, there is expectation from everybody as well as by everybody. But this means we therefore have to come together all the time. And in fact, many things build around, for example, we started from scratch 25 years ago. There was really nothing to speak of in our own country. So we created something over 25 years from nothing. But it happened because we were able to look each other in the eyes and say, you know what, there is something we can do. All is not lost. We are there. We can work together and create something, whether it is on matters of sustainability in terms of environment, or in terms of socio-economic development, or in terms of stability and security for the country. So there is that sort of social contract, if you will, that we need to have. We are building something. We have a project that is meaningful to all of us, to everyone in the country.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
You really need to stop this superiority complex nonsense about human rights. You think you are the only ones who respect human rights, or others it's about violating human rights. No, we've fought for human rights and freedoms of our people much better and more than anyone, including you people who keep talking about this nonsense. Where we have taken our country from and where it is now speaks for itself. The rest of the stories just comes from this complex. You know, these two worlds where there are people who know anything, everything about human rights and all kinds of things, and another world where people are just people who don't know. But these are our human rights. It's not, when we respect the things we respect in our countries, it's not for you, it's not for anybody else, it's for ourselves.
Is it not
So
a universal
you don't sit
right?
there, you don't, yes, it is universal, but you don't sit there. If it is universal and you believe it, then you don't become the judge yourself. You don't start telling the others what to do, what they should not to do, or that what they are doing is not to your satisfaction. Who are you?
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Your Excellencies, President of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, Ghana is humbled and honored by the decision of the authority of heads of state and government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to elect me by unanimous vote as chairperson of ECOWAS for the next term of 1 year. I'm aware of the enormity of the task ahead, and I assure you that I'll do my utmost not to let the side down and discharge my duties to the very best of my abilities. The 2020 decision on monetary union within our ECOWAS space. We have all recommitted ourselves to the ECOWAS single currency program and have taken into account the courageous move by our sister nations of the UEMOA community to break their long-standing links with the Banque de France. We need practical measures to advance the process of financial and monetary integration. In so doing, we must protect at all costs our freedom and independence of action so that the development of our community responds to the needs and aspirations of our peoples and not to the goals of external agencies and forces. I'm confident that by the grace of God, I can count on the unstinting support of each one of your excellencies in navigating the immediate future of our community. It is important for all of us to recognize that the way forward is to implement regional decisions, such as the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme, recognizing that ultimately the benefits are in everyone's interest. Those of us who believe strongly in integration can do no better than to give our full support to regional decisions. Through this, we will build institutional confidence and integrity in the structural organs of ECOWAS. Let us collaborate to ensure that we adhere to and maintain common values of governance, i.e. the principles of democratic accountability, respect for individual liberties and human rights, and the rule of law. Such commonality will facilitate immeasurably the process of bonding amongst the peoples of our community. When we think of West Africa, together with our individual countries, we are not just being Pan-Africanists, we are also being true nationalists. Because what makes West Africa more prosperous will make each of our individual countries more prosperous. Let us give enthusiastic support to community decisions and build rapidly our community. Our peoples deserve no less, and the objectives of peace, progress, and prosperity will thus be within our reach, realizing the historic purposes of ECOWAS. Once again, Excellencies, thank you for this honor.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Stevie Wonder said in the press recently that he wanted to move to Ghana. Now, those of us in the room that know Stevie personally, he says this thing many times through the years that we've known him. But this last time he said it, what he said, I'm moving to Ghana so that I can be valued and respected more. It's almost exactly the phrase he used. And, you know, you got to think, as a Black American, who amongst us is more valued or respected than Stevie Wonder? And the idea that he would feel this way at this stage in his life and in his career, he goes on to say, I would do this for my grandchildren so that they don't have to worry about that, which is a very ominous thing to say because clearly this is going to last for the foreseeable future. And to see him decide to make that move, I wanted to go. Because I looked at Stevie, I look at Stevie as he's the soul of American culture. And man, if the soul leaves the body, then this thing will is dead.
I understand.
And I go, I'll follow him over there. Or I'll go myself. I'll do it for him. I called Naomi immediately.
He did.
You put me in contact with David Adjaye. David Adjaye, for those at home, is a very respected architect, considered one of the finest on earth. And here in the United States, he did the Smithsonian Museum of African-American History, which is sacred ground as far as Smithsonians go for Black people. And he designed it. And Naomi, so he put him in touch with me. And so we've been working together. Hopefully I'll build something there.
That's going to be beautiful.
But I'm definitely going to at least rent something for the foreseeable future. And I hope to open a comedy club there, because I heard there's none. And I think
you got to tour all 54 countries.
I would love to.
That'd be amazing.
You know, and I did that show in South Africa. I had never performed in Africa before. It was like, ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles, like the crowd went crazy. Like, you know, and I've gotten a lot of ovations, but you know, the way they responded, how quickly they bought the tickets, you know, I was surprised that there would be that kind of interest.
Oh no, I was not really surprised, but I think you're gonna find that in across the whole continent. It's gonna be that way towards you.
And Netflix
They've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, they have. I didn't know. Like, Netflix has all this data now that they share with me about where people watch me, and the viewership I have in parts of Africa are staggering. It's like
I'm not shocked.
People love me. They watch me like I'm an action movie, and I'm just telling jokes.
They want more. To get you live. Oh my goodness, you don't know what a blessing that would be to them.
Yeah, and do you remember when Chris Rock years ago had done a special in Africa? And I even noticed watching his special how great the crowd was. I think he was in Johannesburg.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that firsthand. You know what I mean? Because it's the best way to travel. Like, you could go to a country and you could see things and maybe meet individuals, but entertaining roomfuls of people, like crowds, is a really good way to get to feel what a place is like, what a culture is like. Those cultures have so much to say in this, you know, the platform or the genre of stand-up comedy is so uniquely American. I mean, they do it all over the world now, but it's an art form that started here primarily. But Africa, I feel like, is very fertile ground for comedy as a genre.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Our commitment is to not just talk about the last 60 years and beyond of the UK-Ghana history, but to look well into the future and to say that actually it's our common interests, it's our common values that bind us.
Now we need to approach it in a more mutually beneficial partnership where, you know, the president says Ghana beyond aid. We also want to get out of aid and then be able to run our economy properly. The only way we can do that is to partner people who are prepared to accept us and then mutually beneficial help us all to do it together. We want the industries here so that we can produce and add value here to create employment for our people also. Then export to also earn money, which will be beneficial to both investors. So if we have a bauxite and we want to do it, we are not going to give the concession to someone to take it away. We would own the concession and we partner with you. Investor has money, we also, who have the resources, also have money.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
When you chase foreigners, you never chase white people. When you chase foreigners, you never chase Indians or Chinese. You always go for Africans because you suffer from self-hate. It's because you don't love yourself. It's because you think everything black is cheap. It's because you think everything African must be killed. You are a puppet of white supremacy. You are a slave of white masters who have planted a seed of self-hate amongst black people. We must love ourselves. We must protect each other. These people who are here in South Africa from DRC, they didn't come here because of their own choice. They've got problems at home. In the same way we were in their countries when we had problems here in South Africa, we must return the favor. In any way, it's an African culture. So if you do not embrace Ubuntu, then you are not an African. There is no African who chase away visitors, including uninvited visitors. We welcome them, we cook food for them, even when we don't have enough. It is in our culture to embrace visitors, because that's what makes us good people. That's why we welcome white people. That's why we welcome them, all of them. Even when we know this is not their home. They too, this is not their home. They know that. But we welcome them. But since they are visitors and uninvited visitors, they must behave like one and not take over our continent. It is important that we continue to remind them that they came here uninvited, but we welcome them and will make their stay the most enjoyable stay as long as they respect Africans, as long as they don't see Africans as their workers, as long as they don't see Africans as subhuman, as long as they don't see Africans as things to be disregarded when it comes to the economy. They must see Africans as equal partners, if not the majority shareholders of African economy, because this economy of Africa belongs to the people of Africa.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Since the so-called end of French colonialism in Africa, France has militarily intervened on the continent over 30 times and has had a role in deposing multiple sitting heads of state, including the killing of Libya's Muammar Gaddafi and the assassination of Burkina Faso's Thomas Sankara. Through its military presence in Africa, France secures and maintains access to strategic raw materials, among them oil, gas, uranium, and gold. Through its CFA currency, France holds 50% of the foreign reserves of 14 African nations and wields huge influence over their economies. It's this backdrop of neo-colonial military intervention and extraction that backgrounds the struggle of the sans-papiers, many of whom hail from France's former colonies. These foyers are spread like a web across the capital. Within them, the activists meet, usually in prayer or common rooms, and plan their actions. It's from these foyers that the Gilets Noirs organized their action at the Pantheon. We were the only international media that was present for the entire action, including its aftermath. On July 12, 2019, activists from the Gilets Noirs, a movement that's led and organized by undocumented workers, known in France as the sans-papiers, staged a sit-in at one of France's most historic buildings, the Pantheon. And from there, they caught the world's attention.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
And on this may I say, some of us were embarrassed, if not frightened, but what appeared to be the return of the biblical giant called Goliath. Are we having a return of Goliath to our midst, who threatens the extinction of other countries? And may I say to the United States President, Mr. Trump, please blow your trumpet. Blow your trumpet in a musical way towards the values of unity, peace, cooperation, togetherness, dialogue, which we have always stood for and which are well written in our very sacred document, the Charter of the United Nations. Upon those values, each nation can build its greatness, including the United States. And it's the greatness in recognizing those values: unity, peace, cooperation, dialogue, togetherness, that we would want to be guided by the United States and not by the promise of our damnation. Damnation we shall always resist, no matter whence it comes. We have resisted it when it was in the form of imperialism, as we fought for our own independence, our own culture, our own sovereignty to be masters of our own destiny. That's why we call ourselves free today. It is because the monster of imperialism was defeated by us. Bring us another monster, by whatever name, he will suffer the same consequences.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
To respond to that question, I do feel I have power because I do demand for that power. I mean, look, I'm on a stage with the president, so, but yeah, basically, I think one thing that really has to be emphasized is there is no way that anything is going to be done for us without us, because that's just doing it against us. So key messages, really, I'm just going to go right into it. Can I stand? I feel more powerful when I stand. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so key messages really that I have for every leader that's out here today: do not do anything without us, for us, because one, we need young people in key positions of power. There is no way that you can be making decisions like she mentioned about young people's health, young people's education, young people's this, and then all you do is just let them be beneficiaries. We're not going to be beneficiaries. That's not happening anymore. It's 2019. So give us power. We need positions of power. And then secondly, I really want to talk about prioritizing things that have to do with young people and female empowerment. Look, It's enough that you can promise us that there will be gender equality. It's enough that you can say this and that, but we need this reflected. You can't have a national budget and adolescent health is amounting to 0.1%. That's not working. We need these reflections in things like the national budget, increase budgetary allocations to things that have to do with young people, increase budgetary allocations when it comes to gender equality and female empowerment. I hate that we call this thing child marriages. That's pedophilia. It's inhumane. These things have to be worked on and they have to be fought. We can't have girls being married off. We can't have girls not accessing education. We can't have girls not being able to take care of themselves every time of the month simply because of stereotypical behavior. No. We need gender equality and we need this reflected in national priorities. And then, you're making it hard for me to speak. Okay. Yes, so another thing I really want to emphasize is that the Prime Minister of Canada has emphasized how quality is what we're looking for. But you can't expect any girl on the street to be just there and then you ask her, what do you need? And you expect her to tell you everything. We need proper capacity building mechanisms in each and every country. Young people need to be empowered with skills, with techniques, with everything they need to make decisions that have to do with their health. It's not enough that you just tell us things and then we make informed decisions. We actually want those decisions to be acted upon, and we want to know that we ourselves have the power to take charge and influence whatever is going on in our lives. So capacity building is key. And then 2 more points, I'm sorry. We have one more thing, social accountability. I want to live in a world where I am not just assuming and watching the news and my president assumes what I want as a young person or as a girl. I want to tell him what I want and I want him to tell me and promise me that he's going to provide those needs. So we need to bridge the gap between what we want and what is actually provided and what is promised and what is actually done. Politicians can talk, guys, but action, no. We need to be able to hold them accountable. Ladies and gentlemen, we need proper mechanisms and channels to hold our politicians, the Prime Minister, the UN Secretary General, each one of us as well. We need to be held accountable for whatever we say and yet we don't do, because action is what we need right now. Enough talk. Let's go act and let's hold these people accountable. They owe this to us. And then lastly, last but not the least, I really, really want to emphasize on this. It's not enough that we have youth-friendly corners or youth-friendly spaces. Those are good, but then we should look at it at a global perspective. We need a global, youth-friendly and responsive system. The whole globe has to bend to our needs because, let's be honest, we are the largest population. We deserve this, and this is going to benefit us. So invest in girls, invest in young people, and trust me, I am giving you this word. You can hold me accountable after this. I promise you, it will reap great benefits. Thank you.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
What this presentation is fundamentally designed to say is this. Africa, historically, sub-Saharan Africa, has been fundamental to the global prosperity of the advanced countries. Okay, and Africa had a role to play. It has a role as a raw material producer. We will not allow sub-Saharan Africa to escape that. Okay, we do everything to keep sub-Saharan Africa where it is, also impoverished. It's absolutely vital for the prosperity of everyone else. So let's get clear about that. Okay, and this means all the economic structures, all the global institutions, and the economics we teach everyone is all designed to keep Africa exactly where it is. And whether it is Europe or US or now China, it's always the same. We need Africa to be impoverished because we need those raw materials and we need them dirt cheap. Okay, so that's the message. It doesn't mean to say that there's nothing Africans can do. Of course there is. Okay, but this is the opposition that they're fighting. This is what it's about, because if Africa does do something different, I assure you living standards of all those in Europe and North America and Asia is going to fall. Okay, and that is a big price to pay. I assure you that the West is not going to allow that without a big fight. Okay, so the job of many Western academics is to convince Africans they have to keep doing what they're doing. Okay, and to show them it's your fault that you're poor. It's not our fault. It's your fault that you're poor. You know, so this is what we do in academic institutions, and I want to show that as well. We know the basic forces that have caused this underdevelopment. We know it's colonization. I will not discuss that very much because my colleague speaker is going to go into some aspects of this. But I do want to discuss the global economic structures, the global financial institutions, and economic ideologies. And what you see is essentially in that one statistic how dependent sub-Saharan Africa is on raw material production. Okay, this is the very heart of what makes sub-Saharan Africa beat. How much does sub-Saharan Africa account for in terms of global trade value? We know there are vast resources coming from there, but look at the bottom line in terms of global trade value. Meaning that with all these vast resources being produced, how much are they getting for it? Nothing. Nothing. This is a very significant piece of data. Then I just want to show you what has happened to sub-Saharan Africa, because what we know, and from all studies, no country ever develops without manufacturing. Okay, producing raw materials will not take you anywhere. Producing basic agricultural goods will not take you anywhere. Most of the rest, when we talk of industry, it includes manufacturing, but the bulk of it is mining. Okay, raw material extraction. This is the bulk of it. And here we see actually raw material extraction has stayed the same. What has caused industry to fall is the fall in manufacturing production. This is deliberate because we will never, as Western economists, as Western policymakers, we cannot afford to allow Africa to industrialize and start producing manufacturers. Okay, so we will do everything to stop that. And I'm going to show you how we actually block that. It's obvious in certain ways, but it's less obvious in other ways. Now, we have actually seen periods of rapid growth in sub-Saharan Africa, misleading people, saying, oh, you know, we're now doing much better. And this has happened recently. Recently, I've had students come and tell me, we've done much better now. And you can see growth rates rose quite sharply in recent times. Now are starting to go again down. But if you look historically, the same thing happened earlier. Why? Because in these two periods, we had East Asian rapid industrialization processes. So in the earlier period, we had Japan and Korea and Taiwan. Okay, rapid growth, sucking in raw materials from Africa, driving up the prices, and then sub-Saharan African countries grew. Exporting raw materials, they grew. But after those countries finished industrialization, then sub-Saharan African growth rate again fell. Okay, but along comes China, next wave. Okay, again, sub-Saharan African growth rises, but now China is going down. As many of you now know from the press, China is going down. But sub-Saharan Africa is going down even faster. And we're going to go back to where we were again, with very low prices of raw materials, very low growth rates, and again, the sorts of poverty that we saw once before, because bottom line, Sub-Saharan Africa is condemned to this role, just the supplier of raw materials, not a manufacturer. Very recent data showing emerging markets that produce raw materials against emerging markets that produce manufacturers. And you can see now with the weakness in the global economy, it's the emerging markets, that's the red line. It's those countries that are suffering the most, the emerging markets producing raw materials. They're suffering the most. And here it translates into their currencies being butchered. Okay, the currencies are collapsing of these countries, and many of them are sub-Saharan African countries. Some of them are Latin American countries, okay, who also rode that same wave. They thought that raw material production was going to save them. But now they're facing terrible problems. And I'm sorry to say, it's just going to get worse in the next 2 years. It's not going to get any better. And this is what it does in terms of gross domestic product. It's the blue line you should look at. It's the blue line compared with the red line. And what we know is that blue line is really going to go down sharply in the next 2 years. Okay, so relative to the rest of the world, sub-Saharan Africa is going to suffer. Again, why? Because it's condemned to this raw material production. This is basically why. How is it condemned to that? Well, the first and most important is the economic structures. After colonization ended, we needed new structures to keep these countries where they were. Okay, and the first of those is aid. Okay, we give them aid. Aid for what? Actually, we give them aid to keep repressive regimes in power. That's all. Okay, we're not giving them aid for much more except a little bit of infrastructure to make sure those raw materials get to the ports and aren't gotten out of the ground. But for the most part, we give repressive regimes money and power and guns to keep that system going. This is what it's fundamentally about. All the hypocrisy about transparency and democracy and bullshit like that, it's all bullshit. You know? And at least the Chinese don't enter into that bullshit. They say, we don't care about the whole political environment, we just give the money. Okay, and it's for raw material extraction, period. Okay. Number two, and this was a very important one, still is debt. I was telling some of my students today, was it today or yesterday, about Confessions of an Economic Hitman. You remember this? Have any of you heard of this one? Confessions of an Economic Hitman. It's a book written by John Perkins, who used to work for a very nebulous, opaque bank. No one had ever heard of this bank, but it was formed in the 1950s by the IMF, the CIA, and the American State Department. And it had only one job: to lend money to developing countries that were raw material producers in order to indebt them. Once you are in my debt, I control you. Okay? And this bank had 4,000 employees, but no one ever heard of this bank, you see? But it would go to country after country offering loans. And if the president did not accept the loan, they were killed. Okay, so debt has been this huge spider's web which has trapped sub-Saharan Africa and keeps them held there. Aid, debt. We have a third structure which is again not known by many people, but it's something that was put in place and continues to this very day. with no one discussing it. No one says anything about it. It is monopoly buying structures. This is for all raw materials and basic agricultural goods produced by developing countries. There are only 4 or 5 Western multinationals that buy all those goods. And they collude between them. So if you take any major product, these Western multinationals, they collude between them. Even if we go down to banana production, we had a PhD done here at the ISS, and the person showed that the 4 or 5 major multinationals, they collude, and in order to make sure their control is total, what they do is they force all the producers to produce the same uniform banana. You know, the crap you buy in the West and has no taste at all. You go to any developing country, you know how a banana tastes, don't you? There's so many of them, lots of varieties, but we only market 1 or 2 types, so we have control, you see. If you don't produce at the price I want you to produce, I go to the next country. You see, we get control. So these buyers, they impose that control, and they keep pushing the prices down and down and down. Okay, this is the game. No one says anything about it. There are no commissions of inquiry to say this is illegal, what you're doing. The WTO has nothing to say about this. But sorry to say, you know, if banana prices rose 10 times, especially for people like me who love bananas, okay, I protest. I like my living standards. Okay? It's the same with all the other raw materials, you see. We're all benefiting, we're complicit. We're actually complicit in this because we will protest and shout out if the situation ever changed. Okay, now we come to those international institutions. And I must tell you this from the outset, don't think of them as wicked. IMF, World Bank, WTO. We always think evil creatures, horrible. It's not. It's just economics. It's economic warfare. The rich declare war on the poor. It happens everywhere. It happens in a country. The rich control the government. Of course they do. You really believe you have democracy? Come on. You know, I mean, go up. This is not about people living in democratic systems. What we have is the rich control. The rich set up these institutions explicitly to control the poor countries. And they don't give them much room for maneuver. Which incidentally, when the IMF starts talking of poverty alleviation, you should also understand that there's another game there also starting to play, which I'm going to come back to later. But what do these institutions do? What does the IMF do? What is structural adjustment about? It's about making sure countries keep producing what we want them to produce. We make sure they have recurrent balance of payments problems. You notice these countries never get out of balance of payments problems. You notice that? Whereas countries that never took IMF support are always out of balance of payments problems. But the countries that are continuously getting advice and support by the IMF, they're always in balance of payments problems. Why? Because that's the way we keep our stranglehold on them. And that's what we have done. We have done, the IMF and the World Bank. And they've also done something very, very important. And that is they have destroyed the self-sufficiency of these countries. Colonization started it. Okay, one of the most important things is we destroy food self-sufficiency. Okay, and the World Bank continued it. They forced most countries to eliminate all food subsidies and food support. Okay, because once you don't produce your own food, I increase my control over it. We have lots of examples in the WTO to really stop Africa industrializing. This is the crucial thing. We cannot allow them to produce manufacturers. It's not difficult. Trust me, it's not difficult. We need nationalist governments We need them committed to industrialization, and it won't take them a decade to move out from where they are. This is the fundamental point. It's not difficult. But this next round of the WTO is designed to block that. If we had time, I would go through all the different things that they're trying to put into place to block anyone else getting on top of the ladder. You've read this book of Hajun Chang, Kicking Away the Ladder. You see, when we become rich, we make sure the others can't climb up the ladder and join us. Okay, and this is what this next Doha round is about. It's to make sure, especially sub-Saharan African countries, do not escape. You've all probably learnt it all, but you didn't know why they invented it. It was invented to tell you the same thing. You should keep producing raw materials. Now, don't be as corrupt as you were before. Nobody ever told you that aid was designed to actually start the corruption process in the first place. Okay, and we need corruption to make sure you're doing all these things. But now we blame the victim. You're poor because it's your fault, basically. And you're poor, stupid, and corrupt, basically. This is the message that we're giving people. We also have many theoretical justifications, but I'm going to say something controversial to end. And she's happy that I'm ending because she has to discipline me. And that is, there are also what I call more enlightened approaches, but which are also potentially destructive for sub-Saharan African development. And this is where I come back to the IMF and the World Bank. You see, now they're all into poverty alleviation. They want you to concentrate on redistributing income, and it's something nice. You're young people, you're socially conscious, you're aware. You don't like all this injustice. So you gravitate towards what we call pro-poor strategies. But actually, I'm sorry to tell you, that is not what Africa needs. Africa needs aggressive industrialization. When China was a communist country and we had equal distribution, who feared China? Who took them seriously? They weren't even the size of the Netherlands. But today, I can't open an internet site. I can't open a magazine. I can't open a newspaper without China, 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 China. And we know what has built China. It's not socialism or communism, it's capitalism, guys. It's manufacturing, it's production. This is what creates employment. This is what created jobs. I'm not pro-capitalist, but this is the reality. And unfortunately, we're now going to get caught with the good cop, bad cop. The good cop is now IMF saying, oh, you must concentrate on poverty reduction and income redistribution, as long as we can take you away from industrialization. This is the crucial thing, you know? I leave it at that. And I'm sorry I took so long.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
The important thing about the presidency is you have a lot of backup. And unless you have stupid advisors. And if they are stupid, why did you choose them? Don't put stupid people. Garbage in, garbage out. I don't know mazingira halisi. These are the people that you work with. So it's a tough job, but you have a lot of backup. The government has so many things, but the president has a lot of advisors. We have a lot of advisors. There is a minister. The minister is permanent secretary. There are commissioners. There are directors. So when something comes to the president, unless there is a mischief in the whole of this chain. Yes, but it is something that has been thoroughly studied, well analyzed, and when they give it to you, they say these are the options. Amahiki, amahiki, amahiki. And for each of the options, they will always tell you that if you decide on this one, these are the benefits and these are the consequences. These are the pros and cons. So you have a wealth or you get informed advice. So you say, unless you have problems now some of the advisors. But the point I'm saying is, the minister, when he or she, or the president, when she makes some of these decisions, it's unless he or she ignores advice, and she or he does what he wants to do, but otherwise there is an abundance of backup support to support the minister or the president.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Apartheid, an Afrikaans word meaning separation, was a system of racial segregation that governed South Africa from 1948 to 1994. It was officially made law by the Afrikaner-led National Party, who believed in the superiority of the white race and the Afrikaners' God-given right to the land. People were separated into 4 different racial categories: white, black, Indian, and colored. And laws were put into place to ensure the dominance of the white race over all others. These included Black South Africans being physically forced into bandustans or homelands. Their only interaction with the white minority was when they were being exploited for cheap labor or being repressed by the authorities. And of course, non-whites had no political rights. But with repression came resistance, and the African National Congress, including Nelson Mandela, led the fight against the horrific system which was eventually dismantled in 1994. So, who owns South Africa? At the end of apartheid in 1994, 85% of all agriculture farmland was owned by white farmers. That has decreased slightly today, but the picture is still one of stark inequality. White people make up less than 10% of the population and own 3/4 of all farmland, or 73% to be exact. Black people constitute 76% of the population and own just 4% of farmland. Who owns South Africa? The answer is unambiguous. It's still white people. South Africa remains to be the most unequal society in the world, where half of the population live under poverty. Over 14 million Black South Africans live in settlements like this one, with little access to water, sanitation, and other essential services. Meanwhile, 10% of the population, the majority of whom are white, own 90% of the nation's wealth.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
What disturbs me more than the policy that you call a policy is the rationale for the policy. The rationale for the policy. You set out 4 principles that you adhere to, and then and I will go over them in a moment. Then you say on page 14, we must not become part of South Africa's problem. We must remain part of their solution. We must not aim to impose ourselves, our solutions, our favorites in South Africa. Damn it, we have favorites in South Africa. The favorites in South Africa are the people who are being repressed by that ugly white regime. We have favorites. Our loyalty is not to South Africa, it's to South Africans. And the South Africans are majority black, and they are being excoriated. It is not to some stupid puppet government over there. It is not to the Afrikaners regime. We have no loyalty to them. We have no loyalty to South Africa, to South Africans. And the fact of the matter is I listen to this rationale, first of all. It is the leaders of South Africa and their people, black and white, who have the majority responsibility. They must rise to it. Well, they are rising to it. They're rising to it. The only thing left available to them with that repulsive repugnant regime of Afrikaners there. And it's the only way they have. They've tried everything for the last 20 years. They begged, they borrowed, they crawled, and now they're taking up arms. The second thing, progress toward peace requires a timetable. Timetable, elimination of apartheid. What's our timetable? What are we saying to that repugnant regime? These people are being crushed. And we're sitting here with the same kind of rhetoric, the same thing we heard.
Senator, let me say that I hate to hear a senator of the United States calling for violence.
I'm not calling for violence.
That's what you're doing.
I hate to hear
exactly what you're doing.
I hate to hear an administration and a Secretary of State refusing to act on a morally abhorrent point. I hate to hear this country. I'm ashamed that this country puts out a policy like this that says nothing, nothing. It says continue the same. We put no timetable on. We make no specific demand. We don't set it down. I'm ashamed that's our policy. That's what I'm ashamed of. I'm ashamed of the lack of moral backbone to this policy.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
That there is a natural, historical inclination for Africa and African people to be united, which is one of the reasons I am here today. The truth of the matter is that this discussion about the unity of Africa, union of Africans, started much earlier than any incursion, as it might be characterized, of China or the Trump administration into Africa. The reality is that Africa came under assault some 600 years ago when Portugal first came and captured African people and initiated the process that would begin capitalism and would establish and consolidate the identity of Europeans in the world. It is a reality that capitalism rests upon a foundation of African slavery. Africans were first capital. And in order for this to occur and to last, it was absolutely necessary to keep African people divided so that we could not resist this horrible incursion on Africa that continues up to now. I think it's important to be able to say that. I think that we have to say that we've seen example after example by African people to unite. We've seen what used to be warring tribes in this geographical terrain that we occupy at this moment, able to achieve a sense of sameness that people refer to as nations, founded on a common economy that came from slavery and colonialism. This is the basis of the unity that we see. If there is a problem with the European Union today, it is because the foundation, the economic foundation of capital, of imperialism, is being stressed by the struggles of the oppressed peoples of the world to take back their resources from this parasite that bleeds Africa, that bleeds the world, that bleeds Afghanistan, that bleeds the people of Yemen who are down to the thousands even as we have this discussion. This is the basis of a Brexit. It can't stand together anymore because the host is rejecting the parasite. And it's creating crises throughout Europe and throughout the imperialist world. I think it's necessary, brothers and sisters, to say that there has been a natural trajectory by African people for closer union. We know that we're talking about having this discussion in part because in 1884-85, Europeans sat at a table in Berlin, Germany, not a single African there, and carved up Africa into the territories that we now sometimes call countries and illogically refer to as nations. Africans didn't do that. It was Europe that did that. It was Europe and imperialism that required Africa to be divided so that the resources of Africa, both human and material, you know it's true. We saw 100 years or so ago, Marcus Garvey organized the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities Leagues that stretched across the globe. More than 11 million African people everywhere were connected to this. Africa for Africans, at home and abroad. That was the cry. Not Africans for Nigerians that didn't even exist until the British created in 1915. And Flora Shaw, the mistress who would become the wife of Frederick Lugard, came up with the name nigger area. Not this false national consciousness that has been imposed on Africans around the world. So that when the Portuguese found shrimp on West Africa and then named it for the Portuguese word for shrimp, Cameroon, it is not true that they are shrimp despite the fact that the people call themselves Cameroonians today. It is a false national consciousness. The false national consciousness that created the American Negro, that created the Black Brit, the Afro-Swede. We are one Africa, one nation, and we must have closer union. But in order for that to happen, it has to be a revolutionary union. The Organization of African Union, created on May 25th, 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, was part of an effort to circumvent efforts by Kwame Nkrumah to build a single union of African states. And instead, we come up with an Organization of African Union that codified the colonial borders that were created by Europe in 1884 and 85. We have to be able to break out of this, but it's going to take revolution in order to do this. African revolution in order to do this. African revolution that will destroy imperialism and the world economy that's responsible for the growing immiseration of the masses of people around the world. Uhuru.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, a year ago, we saw a barbaric and brutal death of the head of state of Libya, a representative of his country, a member of the African Union. That death occurred in the context in which NATO was operating supposedly in order to protect civilians. As we in spirit join the United States in condemning that death, shall the United States also join us in condemning that barbaric death of the head of state of Libya, Gaddafi? It was a loss, a great loss to Africa, a tragic loss to Africa, occurring in circumstances in which NATO had sought the authority of the United Nations Security Council under Chapter 7 to operate in Libya in protection of civilians who were said to be at the mercy of the government of Libya, led by Colonel Gaddafi. The mission was strictly to protect civilians. But it turned out that there was a hunt, a brutal hunt of Gaddafi and his family. And Gaddafi and his family were sought. NATO caught up with them. They suffered the brutal deaths that we know about, Gaddafi and some of his children. And as the United States spoke, I'm sure they were aware also that they were a NATO power, that they, alongside other NATO powers, had had the authority under Chapter 7 to operate in protection in Libya in protection of civilians. But did it turn out to be that? In a very dishonest manner, we saw Chapter 7, the authority given under Chapter 7, being used now as a weapon to rout a whole family, to commit the murders that occurred in the country. Bombs were thrown about in a callous manner, and quite a good many civilians died. Was that the protection that they had sought under Chapter 7 of the Charter? So, the death of Gaddafi must be seen as in the same tragic manner as the death of Chris Stevens. We condemn both of them. Let me begin by reaffirming the rightful and important role of the United Nations in the management of issues affecting international peace and security. In the quest for a more just and equitable international order, Zimbabwe remains strongly opposed to unilateralism and is committed to multilateralism. We therefore would like to see a United Nations that continues to be a guarantor of world peace and security and a bulwark in the fight for justice and equality among nations. It behoves us all, therefore, to take the necessary steps to ensure that the United Nations is not marginalized on international issues. Equally important, the United Nations must in future never allow itself to be abused as it was in the case I've referred to, where NATO sought under Chapter 7 authority to protect civilians, and nay, it did not turn to be that. Nations must in future never allow itself to be abused. The United Nations Security Council must never in future allow itself to be abused by any member state or group of states that seeks to achieve parochial partisan goals. The Charter of the United Nations clearly stipulates that it is as an international body that should work for the good of all the peoples of the world, big and small. Mr. President, we recognize that there are existing and emerging threats and challenges that continue to frustrate our individual and collective efforts to attain greater economic development and social progress, as well as peace and security. by the increasing trend by the NATO states, inspired by the arrogant belief that they are the most powerful among us, which has demonstrated itself through their recent resort to unilateralism and military hegemony in Libya, is the very antithesis of the basic principles of the United Nations. In that case of Libya, the African Union and its peacemaking role was defied, ignored, and humiliated. The African Union was for dialogue between the Libyan Authority and the so-called revolutionaries. May we urge the international community to collectively nip this dangerous and unwelcome aggressive development before it festers.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Africa is not just diseases. Africa is beautiful. Think that everybody in Africa have Ebola? I was giving a lecture in a primary school in Palm Beach. A little boy, 9 years old, tell me, did all the African kids, we can see the ribs? That's the image you give to people. I mean, the media have responsibility in this. The outbreak of Ebola is there. What are we doing to help strengthen the health system of those countries? We're doing nothing. We are using it for political benefits. I mean, it's just like, looks like the Western is the hyena feeding on the misery of African people to make themselves elected or to take benefit out of it. They should be shameful doing it. I mean, what is this? I mean, everybody's phantasm about Africa is always negative. Any success story from Africa doesn't interest any media. They are so eager and hungry for horrible story from Africa. Why? Instead of helping the country strengthen their health system, there are nurses, there are courageous people in Liberia, Sierra Leone, Guinea, that are working day and night to stop this outbreak. And instead of giving them courage, instead of supporting them in many different ways, we are counting how many people are dying. When we say we are living in a global economy, it's true, but we also live in the global crisis and global viruses because we travel around the world. So if there's a problem in Africa, you don't help the African people fix it, it's gonna come to your doorstep. It doesn't mean that we create Ebola. We don't invent Ebola. Ebola is just a disease that exists there. Like, we're gonna be blamed also of inventing malaria too? Or we're gonna be blamed for everything?
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
They meet. They'll be meeting in Halifax in June. They'll be meeting in Halifax. What for? To drink tea? What do you think they're going to meet to do in Halifax? The big seven are going to meet in Halifax to do what? To discuss how to control the economy. It's not a meeting of bankers. It's a meeting of presidents and prime ministers on the economy. And this ignorant people in Africa being deceived, don't leave it to the private sector. Where is the private sector? Where is the private sector in Tanzania to which you are going to leave during this development? Where is it? It needs nothing. It needs nothing before you can have it. So you're nothing. This is what the Asian countries have done. And they go on nothing. So the Japanese did it. Correct. Tough. It's only now they're beginning to open up their market. How do you open up your market to big competitors when you have no power to compete with big competitors? This is ridiculous. I mean, it's like, madam, I'm sorry. In the world of boxing, yeah? In the world of boxing, there are heavyweights, middleweights, Heavyweight. And although the rules are the same, you put them separately, in separate rings. The heavyweight is their own ring. You see? The middleweight in their own ring. You don't put in the same ring. See? A heavyweight and a featherweight. Never. Never. How do you do that? That is murder. It can't be good. But that's what the big seven are telling us to do. That Germany and Burkina Faso should get in the same ring. And that is called the globalization, freedom, liberalization. This is nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. You protect the weak until they become strong before they can compete. Always. This is the rule. This is the rule everywhere. But our leaders, even if we tell them that, they are not argue. They don't argue. When I go back, you can't say no. So, one, as you say, one is the weakness, our own weaknesses in internal weaknesses. And really, until we remove those internal weaknesses, we can't begin. The internal weaknesses are not the only problem. The problem is this pressure from the rich that we should open up our markets for competition. I'm told we have opened now here for banking, for instance. Banking. Now banking, and then we are banking to compete with the European and North American banking. This is nonsensical. Is NBC free to open a branch in New York? Can NBC really open a branch in New York? So when you are saying, let's be treated equal, are you really saying that this equality will give NBC an opportunity to open a branch in New York? This is rubbish. Absolute rubbish. So these big banks, they come to Tanzania. I'm told they're beginning to come. And then they find NBC. They're complaining. The NBC is too big. We can't compete for them. NBC is big for what Northern Bank? So, I'm sorry, I've answered your question. But I didn't want to touch that. I did not want to touch that because that's another area where once provoked, I don't stop. So.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
In Africa is about girl education. 63% of non-educated adults today are women. That's the deep roots of the gender inequalities. One of the critical issues we have regarding the African demography is the fact that this is not a chosen fertility. I always say, please present me the lady who decided, being perfectly educated, to have 7, 8, 9 children. And this is not teaching African people from New York. This is a pure bullshit to say that. A lot of African leaders today now dare to have this kind of speech. This is just because a lot of girls were not properly educated. That's why for me, education is the main answer. First, to avoid the worst. Second, to maximize opportunities in African countries and in the rest of the world. Third, to properly monitor demography, because it will be a chosen demography.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
For me, when I'm watching on television and I find our leaders who should have been working together all along to address these problems that commonly affect their countries, wait until they are invited to go to Europe to sit there and just, you know, it's like they are made to sit down and address their problems. Why does anybody wait for that? What image does it even give about us, about Africa? In fact, the image it gives is that we are not there to even address these problems. We are there for a photo opportunity. We are happy to sit there in Paris with the president of France and address and just talk about addressing problems. It doesn't make sense that our leaders cannot get themselves together to address problems affecting our people. It doesn't make sense. Of course, I'm saying this painfully on the other hand that, well, I look forward for the time when I can be like the two former presidents. I think they are more free to say things than I do. Being where they are and me being where I am. So I tend to remain with some reservations about what I have to say because, but I think there is that serious problem. African leaders, we don't need to be invited anywhere to go and address our problems without first inviting ourselves to come together to tell each other the actual truth that we must tell each other about our serious problems.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
And if there is a country that has committed unspeakable atrocities in the world, it is the United States of America. They don't care. They don't care for human beings. 57 years ago, when Japan was retreating on all fronts, they decided to drop the atom bomb in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Killed a lot of innocent people who are still suffering from the effects of those bombs. Those bombs were not aimed against the Japanese. They were aimed against the Soviet Union to say, look, this is the power that we have. If you dare oppose what we do, this is what is going to happen to you. Because they are so arrogant, they decided to kill innocent people in Japan who are still suffering from that. Who are they now to pretend that they are the policemen of the world? Any country which believes that they will not be able to get the support of the countries which have acted are entitled to go outside the United Nations and to ignore it? Or are they saying, we, the United Nations, are the only superpower in the world now? We can act as we like. Are they saying this is a lesson that we should follow? Or are they saying, we are special? What we do should not be done by anybody.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
I had another one saying here that you want to amend the rules. The problem is not the rules. The problem is reading the rules. Your comrades, Mr. President, do not read. The reality is that they don't read. They read True Love magazine and drama. When it comes to political literature, when it comes to reading the rules, they do not read. That's why someone stood up here and said, House of Rules. It's not House of Rules, it's rules of the house. They do not read. First, I won't answer the question. So I'm reading my speech. No one is going to tell me what to do at what time. I'm in charge. That's why these fools are running around here. I'm in charge.
On a point of order, Chair.
Order,
Chairperson. Point of order, Chairperson.
Order, Chairperson. Point of order. The ruling party by
Point of order. Chairperson.
Orders undermine.
Point of order.
Chair. I'm in charge. I'm running.
Chairperson. We are not in charge.
You can all jump. The
Honorable members. We are not in charge. We are going to show.
Honorable Malema.
Yeah.
Please withdraw the reference to members as things and or fools, whatever the case may be. Please indicate so that we can proceed.
Is it unparliamentary to say you are a fool? It can't be, Chair.
No, man.
It can't be, Chair. I'm telling you.
Point of order, Chair.
You can check your stuff there.
Speaker, on a point of order.
If you are not clever, you're not clever. There's nothing I can
on a
do,
point of order.
Can I make a ruling on the matter, honorable members?
Yes.
That this matter will be looked at.
Yes.
And I'll revert back to you with the ruling later on. For now, let's proceed. Honorable Malema.
Thank you very much.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
You know, democracy can only take root if we show the appropriate respect to the people, put confidence in our people, and not only that, but the most important thing is to empower the people, not take their power. Too often, in some parts of the world, we remove the power of the people into ourselves. I want to repeat it. I've said it and I'm saying it again. We must learn to empower people. And you know something? The important thing is that when you take education seriously, conscientization, and you share information, you don't mystify, you demystify, you share information with your people. When you go wrong, they will never blame you because they were part of it. But when you disempower them and you have to dictate to them all the time, what, this, etc., etc., when you go wrong, they blame you all the time. You understand what I'm saying? And yet, if democracy has any value, besides, we're going through trying times. There is no reason to leave out your people. My citizens cannot speak Italian. If you want to communicate with my people in Italian, you might think you're stupid. Chief, if you could speak the language of my people who have not even been to school and try to listen to their wisdom, you'll be impressed. But you see, you've got to understand the complication, the extent to which the English colonial language has been used to intimidate our people, so that their native wisdom through their own language, the best of them cannot come out. Because the English language is the language by which you're used to judge whether you're intelligent or not. You get me?
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
I have to say here that first, maybe Africa and Africans ourselves don't do ourselves justice by really acting differently, acting for ourselves and acting properly. So we don't do much of that, and that's why we always find ourselves in that position where people have to keep arguing for us and sympathizing with us and, looking for what they can do for us, not even with us, no, it's for us. The second is, whether it is China or United States or anybody, I really don't think it should be the primary responsibility of these big powers to manage Africa. No, but they can support Africa. They can do partnership with Africa over serious problems that affect Africa, but also affect other parts of the world. But this whole thinking, in fact, is where we come from in terms of saying, no, we can't be like this. And I'm saying Rwanda, and there are other African countries that I think are beginning or think like that, to think like that. So we need to do better for ourselves, and then but of course, this should never, again, excuse anything wrong that might be done by African countries, one or the other, including Rwanda. Because we have discovered also there is not a single country in the world that is immune to all this. I think we find wrongs and rights in every country in the world. We have our own share of the problem, but to begin with, Rwanda needs to be managed by Rwandans. Africa needs to be managed by Africans. And we have to strive to do the best job of that and move forward. But China, America, United States of America, Europe or others, we can be strong partners, but I think we need to always resist being managed and our affairs being managed by them. Even if sometimes they use excuses of wrong things happening in one country or another, still we can assist that country to get things right, but not to manage the affairs of any country. And also Africa being made to choose between either Russia or America or China or whoever, I think is wrong. And we must be the first ones to realize that it is wrong to be used like that, and therefore pull back a little bit and address our own problems and just partner with anyone who might be willing for that partnership.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
The history of colonization is understandably very important. For Africa, it's a path that is as painful as it is destructive. And the effects of colonization can still be felt to date. And I'm not just saying economically, but even on an interpersonal level. We, as Africans, feel the pain of colonization every single day. Now, the lack of a clear and strong acknowledgement of the continent's pain on this destructive past results in skepticism. And the absence of actions that will further push the acknowledgement is also a major issue in the current France and Africa relationship. In fact, the air of denial that France chooses to sit in is uncomfortable, not only for Africa, but also for France. And it does no good for either one of us. How can you trust the source of your pain when the source doesn't acknowledge it? What we end up with is skepticism on what exactly does France stand for. And so we ask you, Mr. President, how strong can a relationship that is built on pain, that is built on skepticism, and that is built on lack of trust really be? We, not just as a team here, but all of us in this room, and the 5,000 who helped with the report, and the millions more on the continent and off of the continent, want a commitment from you, Mr. President, that you will join us in the eradication of La France Afrique, which is a very unfair dominance, and it has to end. Furthermore, the breakdown in understanding what France fully stands for is fueled by the continued collaborations that France has with agencies, leaders, and individuals who have glaring integrity issues, whilst on the other hand, claiming to be standing for human rights. So on one hand, we have France that is entrenched in issues around racism, around exploitative dominance, and whilst on the other hand, they're still claiming to teach others about democracy. These are two profiles that one cannot fill at the same time. And when you try to do that, we find it rather arrogant. What it creates is a cognitive dissonance, which is that discomfort you feel because of these two conflicting values. It not only doesn't make sense, it is unsustainable, it births a negative perception, and an ambiguity in knowing once again what values does France stand for. Now, it is very clear, I mean, because we're all here, that the current relationship is imbalanced. It's not collaborative, and in some instances, it's exploitative. We have social impact solutions built without any input from relevant African civil society organizations who are a resource when it comes to really understanding problems on the ground and creating solutions that run efficiently. And they're a resource that Africa is willing to lend to France. Let's also not forget that whilst we in this room are here because we want to change and repair this relationship, there are some who are benefiting from this current dysfunctional relationship, be it private businesses from France on the continent with non-ethical practices, or corrupt individuals and groups from both France and Africa. This group, and the lack of a very loud and public condemnation of this, obviously fuels skepticism. So this honest interrogation is a very important first step, because the strengths and weaknesses of this current relationship will dictate the success or failure of our collective future relationships.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Apologetic.
Aid represents a very essential national commitment, as important as any work which is being done by anyone for this country.
Nice idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for impoverished countries?
No, we should forgive the debts, but that's not going to help those countries very much.
Okay. What will?
Tax cuts. Some African tax rates are the highest in the world. In Tanzania, the 30% rate kicks in at $475 of income. Plus, they have a 20% value-added tax. It gets added to everything you buy. Those high tax rates make it impossible to build capital in those countries. So nothing gets built, not factories, not roads, not anything. Poor African countries have the lowest wage workers in the world. And yet a company like Nike, for instance, can't put a factory in one of those countries because of the oppressive tax rates. Taxes have killed any possibility of economic development. They've killed any hope of these countries ever helping themselves. And that leaves them completely at the mercy of charity and loans. And here's the worst part. You know why those countries have such high tax rates? Because of us. To show us that they can raise enough money to pay back their loans. But taxes can't raise any money if they kill the economies. So it turns out that the tragic, unintended consequence of our good intentions toward Africa, our kindness, is that we have encouraged those countries to lock themselves into a gruesome economic depression. If we don't urge those countries to cut their tax rates, they will never grow their economies. People will live lifetimes of unemployment. Disease will be rampant. Poverty will be permanent. And children will be hungry. And our charity will never be enough. Never.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic. Watch Ugandan engineer, diplomat, and Oxfam executive director Winnie Byanyim's epic takedown of former Yahoo executive at the World Economic Forum 2019 in Davos.
But I have to say, honestly, this is a very one-sided panel. It's extremely one-sided. I was surprised the way we created this panel. We've actually reduced poverty around the world. No one's talking about that at all. People negated philanthropy. Just read a couple weeks ago the article on Bill Gates and what he's done in Africa and reducing malaria, reducing polio. So why don't we talk about that? One thing you've talked about in this whole panel on inequality, what can we really do to solve and help solve inequality over time beyond taxes?
The gentleman who talked about, who said we've just stopped taxes and the jobs are there and there's low and unemployment rates are low. Let me tell you something. We're talking about jobs, but the quality of those jobs. I can tell you about a company. I took a taxi in Nairobi recently, and I was charged, the minimum charge I think would be that. I was charged less than $2 for a taxi ride. Where in the world do you go in a taxi for less than $2? I asked the taxi driver. He was from one of these companies, I won't mention which. I said, how much are you getting out of this? He said 20% must go to the global company that owns the network. So I said, then what about the rest? He said, the rest I have to share with the owner of the taxi out of $2. I asked him where he rents his home, where he lives. He said they rent a room, 3 taxi drivers. They sleep in turns.
6 hours, 5 hours, because they can, none of them can afford to rent a room. That's the job. Those are the jobs we are being told about, that globalization is bringing jobs. The quality of the jobs matter. It matters. These are not jobs of dignity. In many countries, workers no longer have a voice. They are not allowed to unionize. They are not allowed to negotiate for salaries. So we're talking about jobs, but jobs that bring dignity. So don't tell me about low levels of unemployment. You are counting the wrong things. You're not counting dignity of people. You're counting exploited people.
I want to.
What did you think of Winnie Byanyim's epic clapback? Let us know in the comments below. Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
I think of human beings from Africa enslaved and brought from Ghana to the New World, and all those prophets getting sucked into cities like London and Glasgow. When I listen to Boris Johnson, when I listen to people like Joe Biden, when I listen even more to Emmanuel Macron, all I can think of is how condescending you are. You condescended to us 400 years ago. You condescended to us 300 years ago. You condescended to us 200 years ago. You condescended to us 100 years ago. You're condescending to us today. You only know condescension because for you, colonialism isn't something that happened in the past and we defeated you. It's not that. For you, colonialism is a permanent condition. And that permanent condition happens in two ways. There's the permanent condition of the colonial mentality. You want to lecture us. You want to tell us that we are responsible for all the problems because you'll never accept that you're the one principally to blame. You signed the Rio Formula in 1992 on common and differentiated responsibilities. You like the common part. You like the common part. You like to say we're all in this together and so on. We're not in this together. The United States, 4-5% of the world's population, still uses 25% of the world's resources. You outsource production to China, and then you say China is the carbon polluter. China's producing your buckets. China's producing your nuts and bolts. China's producing your phones. Try to produce it in your own countries and see your carbon emissions rise. You love lecturing us because you have a colonial mentality. Then there are colonial structures and institutions. You lend us money, and every time you lend us money, which is our money, every time the International Monetary Fund comes to our societies and they tell us, here's the money we are giving you. No, it's our money. You give us our money back as debt, and then you lecture us about how we should live. It's extraordinary. It's not just a colonial mentality. It's the colonial structures and institutions which reproduce themselves year after year after year. And let me tell you something, the climate justice movement, not clued enough on this, The climate justice movement is a movement that says we're worried about our future. What future? What future? Children in the African continent, in Asia, in Latin America, they don't have a future, they don't have a present. They're not worried about the future, they're worried about their present. Your slogan is, we're worried about the future. What future? That's a middle-class bourgeois Western slogan. You got to be worried about now. 2.7 billion people can't eat now. And you're telling people, reduce your consumption. How does this sound to a child who hasn't eaten in days? You got to clue into this, guys. You got to clue into this. Otherwise, this movement will have no legs in the third world. No legs. Later, I'd like to tell you about the International People's Assembly, a network of 200 political organizations that we're setting up, rooted in the global south. We want to tell you what our issues are, but are you willing to listen?
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
To my fellow African diaspora, my name is Ambassador Arikana Chihombori Kwao. The past couple of days, I have been inundated with phone calls and emails, text messages, and WhatsApp messages about what is going on in Zimbabwe, particularly pertaining to the issue of the compensation of white farmers for the improvements on the farms that were taken over by the government during the land redistribution program. Allow me to take you back in history, back to 1980. The treaty that was signed in order for the War of Liberation to end is called the Lancaster Agreement because it was signed in Lancaster in the UK. The Lancaster Agreement, when it came to the issue of the land, it clearly stated that from 1980 to 1990, the government of Zimbabwe would not discuss land redistribution. But beginning in 1990, the government will implement the land redistribution program. And when implemented, the compensation to the white farmers for the land was going to be made by Britain. Under no circumstances was Zimbabwe going to compensate the white farmers for the land. That was made very clear, and it remains the case today. The government of Zimbabwe, however, was responsible for compensating the farmers for the improvements on the land. That is, for any houses that may be on the land, for any irrigation systems, any dams that may be on the land. The Constitution said the government of Zimbabwe must compensate the farmers for these improvements. Now, I may have a personal problem with that because when they took the land 2-3 generations back, they did not compensate us. For some of us, for example, my own parents, my own grandparents, they had their land taken away and they were never compensated. However, we can say we did get the land back and we have accepted that, we moved on. I may disagree with that aspect of the Constitution, but let's be fair. It's in the Constitution. It has been in the Constitution since 1990 that the farmers would be compensated for the improvements on the land. So the past few years, the farmers have come back and said we were never compensated according to the Constitution, and they went back to the government and they were demanding their compensation for what was agreed back in 1980. So the government did their own evaluation of those improvements of the farms they'd redistributed. The farmers came up with their own evaluation. The variance was too wide, so they reached out to other evaluators outside the country of Zimbabwe for fairness. So different evaluators came, and for the past couple of years, the white farmers and the government have been negotiating. And finally, they came to the final figure, which was 3.5 billion. Here comes the problem. The government of Zimbabwe does not have the money. They understand, according to the Constitution, whether they like it or not, they're supposed to compensate the farmers for the improvements on the farms that were redistributed. Be it as it may, in the spirit of reconciliation, in the spirit of coming together as children of one Zimbabwe, regardless of your skin color, the government has agreed to this 3.5 billion figure. The government does not have the funds, so they've also reached out to the children of Zimbabwe who happen to be white and say, you understand the situation, the government has no money, so let's work together to find a solution to this. So the farmers have agreed to fundraise the money themselves. They're going to reach out to organizations, institutions, to Britain to fundraise the 3.5 billion. Those funds are going to come to the government of Zimbabwe, and the government of Zimbabwe is going to use those funds to compensate to the farmers for whatever they may have spent on the farms. Now, one might argue that why are they being compensated while the blacks, when the land was taken, they were not compensated? I tell you what, we got to move forward. We want the sanctions lifted. If this was a tiebreaker for getting the sanctions lifted, let it be. We need to move forward as a united children of Africa, as a united children of Zimbabwe, regardless of our skin color. This is about reconciliation. This is about bearing the hatchet. and it's also about abiding by the Constitution of Zimbabwe. The government of Zimbabwe, under the leadership of President Mnangagwa, are saying, let's move forward, children of Africa. Let's move forward, children of Zimbabwe. Let's bury the hatchet. And the white farmers too are coming in and saying, we will raise our own money because we know the government doesn't have the money. Whether we like it or not, I hope you all understand that this is being done in the spirit of togetherness, in the spirit of moving forward as children of one mother Africa. White Zimbabweans, whether we like it or not, Zimbabwe is the only country they know. So let's come together. Let's create a Zimbabwe. Let's create an Africa that is free of racism, bigotry, and hate. Now, I know there's some who are very upset because we do have some white people who are fringes of the society who remain very racist. Those elements, we hope, in due course, they will dwindle away, that they will wake up and repent and understand that this world belongs to all of us, that we must live and strive to build a better world for our children, regardless of their skin color, that our children must live in a better world, in a world that is free from any discrimination in any way, shape, or form. And that includes Zimbabwe. So in a nutshell, what is being done in Zimbabwe is something that's in the Constitution, whether I like it or not, whether I disagree with it or not, it is what it is. Let's move forward and let's support Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe's quest to have a united, peaceful, and prosperous Africa. Created, supported by both Black people and white people who are Zimbabweans and any other friends of Zimbabwe who wish to join in this journey of building the Africa that we want. We are also asking our white brothers and sisters to understand that Africa belongs to all of us, and I hope not only are they going to participate in the building of a prosperous Zimbabwe, but they're also going to participate in the building of a prosperous and peaceful Africa. They're going to participate in the building of the Africa that we want. I thank you.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Well, the coming into effect of the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement basically means that Africa is fulfilling the dream that was crafted by the founders of the OAU more than 60 years ago, when they conceptualized the formation of an integrated Africa. Then they wanted to see an Africa that is united, that is integrated, that is going to work as an economic bloc. This time round, we were able to fulfill that dream that the likes of Julius Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta had in mind when they formed the OAU, which is now the African Union. We were able this time round to form this common market, a mighty market, which encompasses 55 countries, which will have a population span of 1.2 billion people on the African continent, but more importantly, which will cover a GDP of $3.2 trillion, where African countries will, for the first time, be able to trade amongst themselves much more effectively, competitively, but at the same time reaping the benefits of a free tariff area in their own continent. This is going to catapult the economies of many African countries, and this is where South Africa stands to gain a great deal, because we are then, as the industrial powerhouse of the continent, going to be able to reap the benefits of this Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, the various African markets, with their products, with their services, knowing that those products can penetrate various markets on a tariff-free basis or near tariff-free basis. And so we will be able to compete with products that come from other continents on a quality basis, on a price basis, and on an accessibility basis. But the other important derivative or byproduct of this agreement is that it is going to be an enabler, a game changer in many ways, an enabler in the sense that it is going to get Africa to be much more serious about infrastructure. Because in order for the products to move, to be accessible, we will need roads, we will need railroads, the airwaves must be opened. And as products are able to be traded around, companies are going to be demanding, they're going to be requiring that infrastructure must be put in place. So all these things are going to move in tandem, enabling Africa to accede to the highest level of economic integration. And by the way, this is going to be the largest market, single market in the world, where we are going to be able to have so many people at one go among so many countries being able to trade with one another. So it is a historic day. It's a great fulfillment of the dreams that were crafted by our forebears. And this for us has been a proud moment that we, South Africa, who were the pariahs of the world, who were the one country that destabilized the continent, are now able to be part of this. So for us as South Africans, apart from what we are going to gain in being part of this market, it's a great, great opportunity, because through this, we are confirming that we are a member of the nations of Africa. We are respected as one of those, and we are accepted as one of those. Another highlight moment was when Nigeria finally signed to the Free Trade Area Agreement after their own ratification. That was hugely applauded, because Nigeria, being the huge single market in our continent, was awaited. So when you have Nigeria and you have Egypt and you have Kenya and you have South Africa, then you've got the powerhouses, economic powerhouses of the continent. And those are now going to get the continent to move forward. Great day indeed for us.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
AfCFTA stands for African Continental Free Trade Area. This is an agreement that all the 55 African heads of states came to, trying to finish the unfinished business of the Organization of African Unity. For those of you who don't know what the Organization of African Unity is all about, OAU, this is when all the African heads of states, the Pan-African leaders, met in Addis Ababa in 1963 at the invitation of Emperor Haile Selassie to put an end to the divisions that were imposed upon us by the Berlin Conference. Berlin Conference, they chopped up our Africa into the tiny little economies that we are today as Africa. The economies that clearly cannot survive on their own. It was the best way to implement the rule of divide and conquer. So 1963, our Pan-African leaders tried to accomplish the unity that Africa needs, the coming together of Africa, where Africa must go to the world stage as Africa, not as 55 tiny little countries. It has taken us 56 years to come to where Africa has finally woken up and realized that our sheer survival depends in our unity. So it may have taken us 56 years from 1963 to this year, but nonetheless, better less than ever. Finally, the African heads of states marched last year 54 countries signed to say this is something we must do. Out of the 54 countries, we only needed 22 countries to ratify. Exactly 13 months from when the heads of states agreed on this decision, which was March of 2018, the 22nd ratification was deposited to the African Union. And exactly 30 days after the 22nd ratification was deposited, the African Continental Free Trade Area was in force. July 7th this year, the African heads of states officially launched the African Continental Free Trade Area, meaning they officially launched a program that Africa can now go to the world stage as the continent and negotiating on the world stage as the continent. You see, you got to understand that as 55 individual African countries, we are not a heavyweight. We are not even a middleweight boxer. We are not even lightweight. We are wannabe boxers. That's why we have been losing on the world stage all these centuries. With the African Continental Free Trade Area, we are going to the world stage as Africa, the continent. We are a heavyweight. We belong with the heavyweight boxers such as China, such as the United States, such as the European Union, such as India. We are a heavyweight as a united front of one Mother Africa. It has taken us 700 years since the first colonizers came to Africa. It has taken us this long to finally realize that's the only way for Africa to truly take its position on the world stage is when we waltz onto the world stage as a united front of one Mother Africa, speaking with one voice, one continent, one Africa. That's what the African Continental Free Trade Area is. It is the completion of the unfinished business of the organization of African unity. It is the unfinished business of our Pan-African fathers. Africa, the sleeping giant, is rising. Africa, the origin of humanity, is rising. Africa, the continent with everything that world would ever need. Africa, the continent that is the envy of all other continents and all other countries in the world. It is now rising. Africa is going to speak with one voice, and the African Continental Free Trade Area is how we speak with one voice.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Barbados, and I at this moment happen to be the Prime Minister, has lead responsibility for reparations in CARICOM. I'm not surprised because we were that country where the modern expression of racism took form, regrettably, in the 17th century and in the 18th century.
Because Barbados was the first British slave society.
And a lot of the laws and a lot of the iniquitous practices came out of in here. And that's why you've heard me say that while our parliament has had unbroken service, that we have both seen it as an instrument of oppression, but it is now a tool of empowerment in the last 80 or so years. So we start from that perspective. Reparations for us is a development issue, and it is one we believe whose time has come. 20 years ago, when we first started having this discussion, people would laugh us out of the room. When emancipation came, there was a compensation of slave owners of 20 million pounds. We ask ourselves today, when these countries became independent, what was the development compact given to us? We got no development compact to help us with housing or education or health, but all of the wealth that was extracted from these countries for centuries were used to build the monumental edifices that we see all across Europe and North America.
When the British were asked for compensation, like the slave owners were, they were told, your freedom is your compensation.
And that once,
How about that?
That once again is an offhand comment that causes us to feel that you think we're pawns and not human beings. And we say simply, look, we're not seeking to do anything that is unusual, but we believe that our people have a right to development. And therefore we feel that there is need for a conversation, particularly for the developing countries of the world who were made victims for centuries of the extraction of wealth on a continuous basis.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. If I lived in China or even Russia or any totalitarian country, maybe I could understand some of these illegal injunctions. Maybe I could understand the denial of certain basic First Amendment privilege because they haven't committed themselves to that over there. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
There's just one thing that I want to say to my brothers and my sisters of the African diaspora in this room. And that is something that perhaps when I hear the way in which there's a lot of concern about the status in France and barriers in France. But there's one thing that all of you should remember, and I hope that you will associate this with me. The destiny of all Black people in the world, wherever they are, is bound up with Africa. Let me repeat that. The destiny of all Black people in the world is bound up with Africa. And performing Africa elevates the status of all Black people around the world. And non-performing Africa continues the situation where Black people around the world are looked at. So thank you for this opportunity to come and speak to you. Let us recognize the responsibilities that we have for each one of us, Africans at home and you in the diaspora. And I think that together, if we have this understanding amongst ourselves, there's a lot that we can do. Madam, that's what I can say to begin with. Thank you very much.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Apologetic.
There's a lot of things that's happening in the US that you would never see because they choose to show you what they want you to see for, you know? It's about country integrity. You have a certain reputation you have to keep. No one puts their family business out into the street. One of the problems we have in Africa is that when something happens, the press is quick to put out negative energy and quick to put out a negative story. And then that story goes on to internet, and other broadcasting systems take it and they post it. So when you look at places like Kenya, for instance, that I know of, maybe what, 2 terrorist attacks, but it was everywhere. So now people was afraid to go to Kenya because somebody shot up the mall. But then when you look online, there was over 25,000 attacks in the US, but you only knew about maybe 5 or 6. So we have to really rebrand. And then when you look at how the world perceives Africa, they're right. You know, you see zebras, lions, tigers, bears. Oh my. You get to the point where you think Africa's just a big jungle. The images that they're showing of Africa is historical images. This is way before civilization. This is when they were still, you know, battling with spears, like times of Shaka Zulu. No, I'm serious. But then when you look at the US, they're showing Superman, Batman, you know? Where is our Superman? Where is our, like, Shaka Zulu should be a superhero today. Really. So we have to tell our own stories. I mean, even Jesus is white. And you believe it. But it's, our history books in the US is all white American history, culture that's been borrowed from other nations. But Africa have to teach the same history of our ancestors, the great things that they have accomplished. You know? And it's going to be the jobs of directors like yourself, filmmakers like yourself, to narrate that story. How do we want to be perceived? How do we want that story to be narrated to the rest of the world?
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
As the wise have said, the ocean is great because it accepts all rivers. Nations will be great if they accept all ideas. They jettison the ones that are impracticable and use the ones that are practicable. And that is my message to my friends in leadership in the great country of Zambia, the country of Kenneth David Kaunda and Levi Patrick Mwanawasa. In this quest for African unity, those who think that is going to be a walk in the park are misguided. There are going to be difficult moments. There are going to be painful moments. But the wisdom of the ages is that there is no gain without pain. So some of us who have now started tasting the pain of rejection at countries' borders are beginning to experience firsthand what our forebears did. Samora Machel was right. Aluta continua. You see, when you have statements being made by senior government officials, which statements are uncoordinated and contradictory, it means that the truth is being sacrificed. I've visited Zambia on numerous occasions. I did not need any procedure to be followed. What I required was my passport and a return air ticket. And when I entered the airport, I was welcomed by Zambian officials, and I delivered my lecture and came back home. What procedure was I required to follow? Those who invited me from the Eden University invited me to preside over a function, which was a graduation, and the evening before to deliver a lecture. To say that I did not follow procedure is as amusing as it is preposterous. Really, I have nothing negative to say. I believe that every government has its reason. I believe that what they did is inexcusable, particularly at this time when we are talking about Africa Agenda 2063. And Africa Agenda 2063 is meant to create an environment where Africans enjoy free movement across the continent. And if this continent is to grow on the basis of ideas and on the basis of scrutiny of ideas and interaction of peoples, to deny an African entry into Zambia is the most unfortunate thing that any government can do, because it creates a mountain out of a molehill. Had I been allowed into Zambia, I would have delivered my lecture perhaps without the glare of publicity. What has happened now is that something that was purely innocuous, it is receiving a disproportionate amount of publicity. And I believe that the government, with the help of hindsight, must know that what they did was without basis, without wisdom, and without reason. And I believe that they will, in future, treat me and others differently. I'm now wondering to myself, if I wanted to have a holiday at the Mosi-Otunya Falls, will I be denied entry at Livingston? This is the question that is lingering in my mind. I hope that the government of Zambia will not allow me to visit the Mosi-Otunya Falls. You know, and this was going to be my thesis during the presentation, that Africa has been victimized in many ways. Africans were enslaved, I would have commenced my testimony. And it suffered the vagaries of slavery. Africa was colonized. And after colonization, the specter of neo-colonization came about. And there is a sense in which the founding fathers of Africa, and I would have mentioned Kwame Nkrumah, I would have mentioned Julius Kambarage Nyerere, I would have mentioned Kenneth David Kaunda, were clear in their minds that the entire struggle for independence was to liberate ourselves and to liberate our minds, to decolonize our minds. And therefore, I would have said that in this day and age, when China, as an emerging power, has exaggerated appetite for resources, when we engage with her, we must define what we want, because the Chinese, to their credit, have already defined what they want. They have appetite for minerals. They have appetite for land. They have appetite for opportunities which would otherwise go to young Africans. And that therefore, when we engage with them, we must ask ourselves, are we engaging for our benefit? The thing that we call trade, is it trade? Is Zambia capable of negotiating with China? I would have said that going forward, Africa can only negotiate with China on the basis of regional blocks. And this is not something that is new. I've said it not once, not twice, times without number, that Africa must negotiate regionally as SADC, as East African Community, as ECOWAS, as the Maghreb, as Central Africa, and that therefore when we do so, we are able to negotiate for the benefit of our people. And if we don't do so, China may end up being our new colonizer. And the modern colonization is not about administration. We have Black faces or African faces in the political arena, but they are merely being manipulated. We don't want China to be the puppeteer and we the puppets. And many African countries must, in the nature of things, begin to interrogate the place of China in the economic and political arena. In a nutshell, that is the kind of approach that I intended to take. And of course, we would have engaged with the audience and the audience would have teased out in a manner that is Zambia specific. In Zambia, for example, we know that we now have Chinese hookers. Why should Chinese hook? Why should Chinese be running pubs? There are areas which must be ring-fenced for the Zambians. And there are areas where we can engage with China in a meaningful way so that there is transfer of technology, so that we retain our dignity and sovereignty and we don't sacrifice it at the altar of short-term political gains. Let me say this, that the whole world is, in the nature of things, a global village, and that trade is the lifeblood of human interaction. China needs Africa, Africa needs China, but there is a way in which we need each other. There is a way in which you need each other in the manner that a horse rider needs a horse to ride it. For the time being, I hold the view that the horse rider is China. Africa is the horse to do China's bidding. My prescription is that we should enjoy a symbiotic relationship, a mutually beneficial relationship, and that can only be achieved if we define our agenda and our goals. It suggests to me that we have clearly defined what we want, and that is why we are allowing the Chinese to enter into areas which we could ourselves be engaged in. That is why we are allowing Chinese labor to come into the African continent in areas which could be preserved for young Africans. That is my quarrel. That is my concern. Am I right? I may not be right, but these ideas ought to be on the table of discussion for purpose of scrutiny, so that if my ideas are without merit, they will be demonstrated to be without merit by force of reason, not by reason of force. And to deny one an opportunity to put those ideas on the table of negotiation or discussion is in intolerance at its most absurd. And I'm trying to look for a polite word to say a bad thing, which is not always easy. It is absurd.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Thank you for the invitation last night to come here to meet with you and other colleagues to look at the situation, the evolving situation in the Sahel and within the ECOWAS region, have made it necessary for the French and European partners to rethink the nature of their involvement and assistance in the fight against terrorism. The epicenter is Mali, in Mali and the neighboring regions. We support this reformulation and the rethinking, but the decision essentially is that of the French and the European partners. They are finding it difficult to be able to cooperate in any meaningful way with the authorities in Mali over the joint thing. All of West Africa, and this is the interest of ECOWAS, all of West Africa, including the coastal states. I refer here to Côte d'Ivoire, to Ghana, Togo, Benin, all the states in West Africa. We already know about the threats of terrorism in Nigeria with Boko Haram, but all of the states in West Africa are vulnerable to the penetration of terrorist outrages in West Africa. And we are therefore re-examining together with our friends and partners the manner in which we can respond most effectively to these emerging threats. That there is a need for a broad coalition of forces against terrorism in West Africa is indisputable. Well, our belief is that at the center of any successful initiative must be the primacy of the armed forces of the countries of the region. What the French and other European nations can bring by way of assistance has to be assistance to our forces who are engaged in the fight against terrorism. And that is the whole purpose of the Accra Initiative that we originated in Ghana, to bring together the coastal states to anticipate the problems that are now before us, and do so by sharing intelligence, cooperating in joint border raids against terrorist cells in our areas and beyond. And now looking at again at the possibility of what other options are available to us in the Accra Initiative and within the broader ECOWAS community as to how to confront this menace. It cannot be that having been chased out of the Middle East and Afghanistan, that the terrorist elements will find permanent home in West Africa. That cannot be the case. We have also to be resolute in making sure that the future of our nations are free of these terrorist and violent extremists. There is a fundamental determination that of all of us within the ECOWAS community, and that is to construct a future based on democratic values. That is the fundamental principle that animates the protocols that link all of us in West Africa, a commitment to democratic values, to democratic legitimacy. And this is what has compelled us to take action in all the states which have now suffered unconstitutional changes of government, in Guinea, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, that we do not accept that in West Africa, within the ECOWAS space, changes of government will come through the barrel of the gun. The changes of government that will come that are legitimate and acceptable are those that are adorned by the people through free and transparent elections, through the ballot box. And that fundamental commitment is what shapes all of us, all of ECOWAS's policies within the community and in the response. But as we're here, basically—
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Where did this idea of being a white person come from in the first place? So how did this happen? How did we get this thing? How did racism start? First of all, race is a recent invention. It's just a few hundred years old. Before that, yes, people divided themselves by religion, tribal group, language, things like that. But for most of human history, people had no notion of race. Did you know that the English word slave is derived from the word Slav? Because Slavic people were enslaved by all kinds of folks, including Western Europeans, for centuries, right? Slavery wasn't about race either, because no one had thought up race yet. So who did? His name is Gomes de Zurara. Portuguese man, wrote a book in the 1450s in which he did something that no one had ever done before, according to Dr. Candid. He lumped together all of the people of Africa, vast, diverse continent, and he described them as a distinct group, inferior and beastly. Never mind that in that pre-colonial time, some of the most sophisticated cultures in the world were in Africa. Why would this guy make this claim? Turns out it helps to follow the money. First of all, Zurara was hired to write that book by the Portuguese king. And just a few years before, slave traders, here we go, slave traders tied to the Portuguese crown had effectively pioneered the Atlantic slave trade. They were the first Europeans to sail directly to sub-Saharan Africa to kidnap and enslave African people. So it was suddenly really helpful to have a story about the inferiority of African people, to justify this new trade to other people, to the church, to themselves. And with the stroke of a pen, Zurara invented both blackness and whiteness, because he basically created the notion of blackness through this description of Africans. Other European countries followed the Portuguese lead in looking to Africa for human property and free labor, and in adopting this fiction about the inferiority of African people. I found this clarifying. Racism didn't start with a misunderstanding, it started with a lie.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Should we just live as a continent and believe that anything that we want, we have to go to the West to get it? Of course, no. So this is the generation that should actually change the narrative for this continent. Otherwise, we can never make it. The world is growing faster than we can ever imagine. Right. And we must equip ourselves with our own realities and dig into solutions for the African continent. And therefore, we register the development that we all want. But youths have to be in the front line, and we must be equipped with quality education, well informed by the African reality, in order to realize those agendas. We are talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We're talking about a future in which individuals must be prepared in a way that they can come up or face all challenges and then navigate a way out. And to do that, Africans must be equipped with readiness to take up responsibilities, and as well as being equipped with quality of knowledge to be able to stand those particular powers and to be able to stand those particular change, because the change is inevitable. So we must prepare for it. To many African societies, we have been relying on Western models, Western way of perceiving how societies need to be in order to shape our development agendas, our projects, our development models. But these things have not been working for us.
Yeah.
Now, the fact is that I'm just saying on that, all African countries need to start looking inward. If you have been looking up, 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 and you can't see solution, is it not time for you to look down? And, Rwanda has a model, and Rwanda is a model for the continent in a sense that we are talking about a country that was down to zero back in 1994. Yeah. We are talking about a country that was at its roots, and how were they able to save their society with unity, with transitional justice system, putting individuals back to the society, work as a community, build that unity among themselves. And today we see it as one of the fastest growing economies. It's not a magic, it's about relying on yourself, believing on yourself, having a vision and a good leadership quality, or a good leadership that informs every individual to take up responsibility. And one of the things that is very, very important about Rwanda is that you look at the leadership, they make the people very important. They're proud to say the Rwandan. They're proud to talk about the people of Rwanda. And that is how you charge individual to take responsibility. Show it to them that the development lies in their hands. So to them that the development can only be realized with unified forces. Yeah. And that is exactly the results that we are seeing today. So what do we need to do now as young scholars, as Africans, is going back to the Pan-African spirit. What was Marcus Garvey calling for? What was B. Du Bois calling for? What was John Henry Clark calling for? What was, we can talk about them, the sacrifice they've made for this continent, even with the fact that they were not born in the continent, but they just see themselves with their color, with their blood, as individuals who belong to us. We talked about Pan-Africanists who were within the continent, like in Nkrumah. We can talk about, so many of them, like, Julius Nyerere of Tanzania. We can talk about Gambians, Edward Francis Small, and etc. We can talk about the Nelson Mandelas and etc. Oh. We had like big generation of African leaders who stood up to fight against dominance, to fight against control. But the same battle that they were doing is still here. You've made mention of Thomas Sankara, for instance. I look at him as something extraordinary because of the way in which he stood for his people, with the belief, with the vision, all these things that we're talking about today, human right of women, right to employment. These are his own ideas. He was talking about them at a time when no one, including European countries, were not. So, like, if you look at it, like in the 1980s and etc., you look at Burkina Faso, like in the way in which Thomas was able to, come up with ideas to empower women. And again, let me say this before I forget. Today, when African people talk about women empowerment, they don't give Rwanda as a reference. Why? In the United States, let us look at the statistics. Women representative in parliament is less than 20%. Rwanda has more than 50%.
68, I think, right now.
When we talk about our cabinet system, look at the women representative in Rwanda. You don't have all these statistics. In the US, you don't have them in any European countries, but yet they've centralized everything to make it to us that what they have is the best thing. So some of the things that they talk about, even if you apply logic in it, you know that they get it wrong. So I think there are some of the things that we need to do. It is high time that we rely on our realities, on some of the issues that are in line with the African agenda. No continent, no country can develop using foreign education. No country can develop using foreign aid. No country can develop using foreign culture. It is time for Africans to realize this. Otherwise, we are going nowhere.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
SADC, there's no such a thing. AU, there's no such a thing. It's a group of all people who protect each other. They don't protect the interests of their people. It's a club. It's a gentleman club. They don't care. They don't call each other out. So they are unable to say, you are wrong here, you are wrong there. And therefore, this is how we need to fix it. And the way forward is that the youth must take politics serious. The youth must participate in politics. The youth must lead. Because most young people have left politics into the hands of old people who have nothing to do with that. AU has got a plan called 2063. And those people won't be there in 2063. That's why they can say 2063. They won't take responsibility. So we, the youth, we must stop suffering from political apathy and take the future into our own hands. That's how these structures are going to function, because we know that if we fail, if we say 2063 now, and we fail, we'll be held accountable in 2063 because we'll still be there. But our leaders won't be there at that time. Young people must start reawakening themselves and take politics serious. When it comes to voting, they don't vote. When it comes to political participation, they don't participate. They have given themselves into other things other than what matters, which is politics. If you go into America, if you go into developed countries, they take voting very serious. Here, we have to beg people with material to go and vote. If you don't cook, if you don't give them T-shirts, they will never go. I mean, what type of an attitude is that when you know that this is what is going to decide whether I'm going to have a clinic or not, whether I'm going to have a school or not? That affects your daily life.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Allow me the privilege to be unconventional in this discussion. You started with a very provocative question, which really was, I think, intended to have us thinking beyond what we are used to. And in this case, I think the panelists have gone you made when you were asking the question of preference between the markets and the aid. And I think there was grossing over the problem, and people saying, you see, we need both, and it was as if there was none that was better than the other, and so on and so forth. This is a blunder. Number one, first of all, this question can only be asked in Africa, not in any other region of this world. Which in itself tells you that there is something wrong even with the way people are arguing the case. Because it is now a given that aid and capital markets, are the same. We see it's not, you can't say you don't need this. I mean, First, aid is more political than anything else. Markets are less political, markets are neutral. Look at the rest of the world. The only thing you're talking about why you highlight aid, sometimes that to the point that if you say anything about aid, it may be used against you. You see, this is the only place we can be having this conversation. But at the same time, the panelist from Tanzania has made a good point. He illustrated all kinds of wealth lying all over the place from Africa and being recycled to us in a form of aid and then, you know, in the end telling you, you know, you must be humble, you must keep quiet. Don't say some of these things. I mean, what are we talking about here, honestly?
Mr. President, do you want to come take over the moderation, sir?
So I think I have to come in early a little bit before the others so that maybe they try and change their arguments a little bit and move in another direction. So, yes, let's not be diplomatic, let's not gloss over issues, let's not, you know, markets are markets. We know what they have for us, outweighing what we have in aid by thousands of times, please. So why do we leave something here that we know is more important for us by any measure and account? And then we start saying, no, but let's not even make a comparison. You see, we need both, you know. Okay, so I rest my case.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
My message to the world is very simple. Come to Eritrea, have an experience, and tell somebody about your experience. Pay attention to what's going on, but come and see for yourself. You know, there's nothing like having your actual experience, because then you really know. Because hearsay is one thing, but actually seeing with your own eyes, being, it's a whole nother thing. I remember before I came the first time, people were telling me, oh, you need to bring your own toilet paper. You should bring a flashlight. You might want to bring your own food. You might want to, all this stuff they're telling me, trying to scare me, right? And then I get here, I didn't need none of that mess. And they were lying. They were lying to me. From my experience anyways, from the places I went, the people I were around, it was fine. It was like, nobody knows English, nobody, people speak English here. People know how to communicate here. The things that I was being told, I was like, oh, these are people that either have never been here before, or they half listen to somebody else, or they're trying to make sure that I never go, that I don't go, that putting fear in me, keeping me away from my land. I'm gonna go see. My daddy wanted me to see, and so I came to see. And I'm so glad, and I feel like I'm honoring him. I'm honoring all my ancestors being here. And what I know I can bring to the land is going to really enhance all of us.
All right, Tiffany, one last message to those people that are writing at the social media. I want you to tell them a message. And if you were to tell them anything, what would it be?
Now, see, what I want to tell them is inappropriate for TV.
I think that says it all.
So make it a bit appropriate.
I think that says it all.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Sometimes one wonders, how is it that the American society, being as technologically capable as it is, able to do so much good, can keep its people so confused? The people all over the world hate the American people. They hate you. And what is pathetic about it is that you don't even know why they hate you, and you think they shouldn't be hating you. But if you examine it, they have every reason to be hating you because you are irresponsible to humanity. Look at the people in Iran. The guns that are used against those people are paid for with your tax dollars. The guns that are used to oppress these people, impose a Shah, is paid for with your tax dollars. Your tax dollars is helping to crush humanity. I say you must take some responsibility. Everything in the world relates to everything else. Everything is interconnected to everything else. You're students, you have a responsibility. You are students and you have a responsibility to see the truth and advocate the truth and not be afraid of it. That's the least we can ask you to do. After all, you come to seek knowledge. Or for what purposes do you come to seek knowledge? So you too can learn how to better exploit the poor? You don't have to come to college for that. You can be ruthless easily. Of course. Of course. Of course, they might just teach you in college how to make it appear as if you're not ruthless. Oh, they can do it. Some people are talking about Mr. Rockefeller. They say he's a philanthropist. I know him to be a pig, a thief, a plunderer, and a rapist. They can confuse you if you're not careful. As a young man brought up in the West Indies, in the Caribbean where I was born, I was told that Cecil Rhodes was a philanthropist. Yes. He even gives Rhodes a scholarship. Gosh, they even told me, if you're good, you too can get one. Yes. I say, if you're not careful, they will confuse you. We have to struggle. The struggle which we have to wage is a struggle as old as man himself. The struggle is for man to come and to be in complete control of all the forces that affect his life and to use these forces and the knowledge he has to be able to control these forces for the good of humanity. We have a struggle to wage. Let it be crystal clear. The grounds upon which we wage the struggle, the causes for which we wage the struggle, the objectives for which we fight, the principles by which we adhere to. We say we want to come, get man and woman, come together, use your creative energies, understand the forces that control life, come to use these forces, master these forces, continually try to master these forces, master them always for the good of humanity against injustice at all times, under all conditions, uncompromisingly so. This is what we mean by a conscious man and a conscious woman. America needs conscious men and conscious women.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Egypt has always traditionally been given prominence as the height of ancient culture. Nubia is now coming into its own and is being understood to be of equal importance. It is different from ancient Egypt, but it is equally important and not just an adjunct to this Egyptian culture. What archaeologists do when they pull material from the ground or when they translate texts, they bring their own cultural baggage to that interpretation and the baggage of the times that they live in. And so it's imperative that we go back and continually reassess the things that we take as facts. Many of the early archaeologists came to the study of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the perspective of Semitic languages or the study of the Hebrew Bible. And it was very important to them to bring Egypt specifically into the sphere of biblical studies. And so they had to carve Egypt away from Africa to bring it into that sphere. And the way that they did that was they used race. So these early archaeologists effectively made ancient Egypt white in the sense that they made it part of a dominant Western culture, and ancient Nubia was separated from that. It was Black. And this was how they took Egypt out of Africa and put it into this Semitic sphere, this biblical sphere. And it's only in recent decades, the last 3-4 decades, that Egyptology has really moved away from that. And scholars who are studying Nubia are really given the chance to give a voice to this Nubian material that it wasn't given much of a chance to have in the past. When George Reisner excavated Kerma, he found the statue, a large, beautiful statue of Senui, and also a statue partially destroyed of Jaffa Happy, her husband. It was a very large tomb, and with size in Egypt and in Nubia, we tend to assume ruler or someone very important, which usually translates to ruler. We now understand, yes, this was a ruler's tomb. It is a completely different time period than Jaffa Happy and Senui lived in. Much later, we understand it to be a local ruler, so it was a Kerman official who, for reasons we can guess at, brought or had these two statues brought to Kerma and put in his tomb. It could have been an appropriation of Egyptian culture in general, just to show that, yes, I can own these things that are Egyptian wonderful works of art. Because what we're saying, if you read between the lines, is whoever owns these statues is a powerful person. And that means this art has power.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Important breakthrough I felt in my work and that of others was the call to use the term white supremacy over racism, because racism in and of itself did not really allow for a discourse of colonization and decolonization, the recognition of the internalized racism within people of color. And it was always, in a sense, keeping things at the level at which whiteness and white people remained at the center of the discussion. In my classroom, I might say to students, that when we use the term white supremacy, it doesn't just evoke white people, it evokes a political world that we can all frame ourselves in relationship to. And I think that I was able to do that because I grew up, again, in racial apartheid, where there was a color caste system. So that obviously I knew that through my own experiential reality, that it wasn't just what white people do to Black people that was wounding and damaging to our lives. I knew that when we went over to my grandmother's house, who looked white, who lived in a white neighborhood, and she called my sister Blackie because she was dark and her hair was nappy, and my sister would sit in the corner and cry or not want to go over there. I knew that there is some system here that is hurting this little girl, that is not directly the direct hit from the white person. And white supremacy was that term that allowed one to acknowledge our collusion with the forces of racism and imperialism. And so for me, those words were very much about the constant reminder, one, of institutional constructs, that we're not talking about personal constructs in the sense of how do you feel about me as a woman or how do you feel about me as a Black person, but they really seem to me to evoke a larger apparatus. And I don't know why they those terms have become so mocked by people because, in fact, far from simplifying the issues, I think they actually, when you merge them together, really complicate the questions of freedom and justice globally. Because
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Ethiopia, right? The only African nation to never be colonized up until now. Ethiopia is one of the largest recipients of Chinese aid in the world. Ethiopia also has a female president now. Shout out to the queen. But guess what? Ethiopia better do something fast because they are becoming over-dependent on Chinese support. And why is the Chinese taking over Africa? Because they studied what the white man did and they said, we're going to do it better than the white man. They are coming into Africa for 4 reasons. Reason number 1, the China man is coming into Africa. China is overpopulated. I was just there a year ago in January of 18. There's too many of them. They got over 2 billion people in one country. America is only, what, 500 million? They got 2 billion. China is looking for unexploited lands where they can send their excess poor people. Africa is perfect. That's number 1. We got to reduce the population of China, so we're going to send all of our unwanteds to Africa. Same thing Britain did when they founded the 13 colonies. Second reason China taking over Africa, look at all the poor Africans. Can you imagine a better place to go and open up your factories and businesses where you can pay people even less than what you pay them in China? There's no minimum wage in many African countries for foreign businesses. You can exploit African labor better than you can exploit Taiwanese and Vietnamese labor. So the second reason they're in Africa, because guess what? I keep more of the profit. Third reason they in Africa is to take over the resources, just like the white man. That's why they're giving out all these loans. These are not grants. Let me be clear. The money that China is giving Africa are not grants. They are loans. You might say, why is China giving Kenya more money than they know Kenya can pay back? You follow me? Why are they giving a poor country like Ethiopia more money? Because they don't want you to pay it back. Right. Because when you look at the contract, guess what it says? If you default on this loan,
we keep
all your tea fields are mine. All your copper mines are mine. All your oil reserves are mine. And guess what? You already have an African nation that has defaulted on the loan. I think it was Kenya, but don't quote me. As a result of the default, China now owns all of a particular resource in that country. And the fourth reason that they are in Africa is to make the Africans dependent on them culturally, intellectually, educationally, and otherwise, because China plans to colonize Africa the same way the white man did. And I'm hurting by saying this, y'all. You know why I'm hurting? Because Patrice Lumumba died for Africa to be free. Thomas Sankara died for Africa to be free. Steve Biko died for Africa to be free. Chris Hani died for Africa to be free. Amilcar Cabral died for Africa to be free. And after all the blood that has been spilled, Dedan Kimathi died for Africa to be free. And after all the blood has been spilled, you mean to tell me 60 years after we kicked the white man out, you're going to roll out the red carpet to the Chinese?
It's like slavery all over again.
It's slavery all over. Oh, but it's different now because guess what the Chinese are doing? They're adding a little twist. They're building military bases and police stations everywhere they set up shop. I'm going to be interviewed by Djibouti magazine next week. They contacted me last night. They want to interview me because Djibouti is the first African country that has a Chinese police station. Can I ask you a question? If you are the president of Wakanda,
right?
You are a sovereign nation. I want to come and do business in your sovereign nation. Can you please tell me why you allowing me to bring my own police? You are a sovereign nation. Part of being sovereign means what? You control the military. But Africa is letting China bring their own police. Let me tell you what's going to happen. Let me tell you what's going to happen. the Chinese as disrespect, and by the way, they are as disrespectful in Africa as they are here.
Right.
So when you read these stories in New York about the sister being beat up in the nail salon,
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
they do the same thing in Africa. Oh, the Chinese think they own it. When you go, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Guess what? I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. There's going to be a conflict. An African is going to get disrespected by a Chinese. It's going to turn into a group conflict, and the Chinese military is going to hurt one of our African brothers and sisters. It's going to turn into a civil war.
Yeah.
And then China going to send a whole army in, and they're going to colonize that whole country. And they're going to do just like America does. We just making your country safe for democracy.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
And to come back, I would say that unquestionably, I am an American, born there. My father slaved there. Upon the backs of my people was developed the primary wealth of America, the primary wealth. You have to have accumulated wealth to start, to build. You did it another way here in Australia. You had to build your accumulated wealth too. You just came and took it. You know what I mean? And that's what we did in most of the countries. That's what you Europeans did. You just took it. We got to catch up with you a little bit. And so in America. So there's a lot of America that belongs to me yet. You understand? But just like a Scottish American is proud of being from Scotland, I'm proud for being African. Now, in our school books, they tried to tell me that all Africans were savages till I got to London and found most of the Africans I knew were going to Oxford and Cambridge and doing very well and learned their culture. And even once somebody had the temerity after one had conquered the Chinese people and imposed upon them the opium trade and everything else to suggest that they were a backward people, just the people who had been civilized so long over the rest of you folks didn't make any sense at all. So somewhere it was wonderful to find about the colored peoples of the world that they were very advanced. So I would say today that I'm an American who is infinitely prouder to be of African descent, no question about it, no question about it. I'm an Afro-American, and I don't use the word American ever loosely again.
Now, this was
That's
the
right.
feeling. This was the feeling.
That's right.
That when you're in London about 1937, 38, you really had the world at your feet. Then, I mean, you're a tremendous success. You were recognised over the world, and yet you went back to America. This was the feeling that took you back?
I felt I had to go back to my people. That's right. The going was tough, and today I can go back. I just had my passport renewed. I could go back to pretty tough times now. But any time I could get a telegram next week that the Negro people had gathered somewhere in one of their conferences, as they could, and say, Paul, in the difficulties that are going on in America, would you come back and help us? I would take the plane as soon as I finished my engagement.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all of our latest videos. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Are there bookshops in Nigeria?
I think it reflects very poorly on French people that you have to ask me that question. I really do. Because, I mean, I think in general that France doesn't seem to realize that it is no longer an 18th century world power. And I say this with sad honesty because I have affection for. Oh, the minister left. Oh, okay, good. But I mean, I think that the French. I mean, so I'm Anglophone African. I'm not Francophone, but I think that French. The history of French and Francophone relations, I find very vexed and troubling. I think it's interesting, this idea that the CFA, the Francophone currency, is somehow tied to the French franc. I find that really retrograde. I think that the way that there's a kind of cultural power that France wields over Francophone Africa that I think is unhealthy. I think Francophone films are really French films in a way that that's not the case in Anglophone West Africa. There is a kind of, I think the way that Anglophone Africans occupy their space in the UK is not the same way that Francophone Africans occupy their space in France. And, you know, and I think that Francophone Africans who know this, right? And maybe they should be the ones answering this question because, you know, I know sort of, I know I read a bit about it, but I obviously I don't have a personal experience. But I should say that my criticism when I started out, and I stand by it, it's because I've had many unpleasant experiences with French immigration. Yesterday was different because they were actually polite, but every time I have come into France, and it's happened, I'm going to say 4 or 5 times in the past 2 years, there is a kind of contempt with which I am dealt with when I present my Nigerian passport that I really find indefensible. And I think it's important because the immigration officers are the first line of contact with the country, and so it shapes the way you think of a country. And I think it takes very little to be polite and to give people their basic dignity. And if I'm coming into a country and I have everything I need and I am legally there, then surely there's no reason to keep me for 30 minutes, asking me ridiculous questions, ignoring me for long periods, and just being an ass. So that's what has shaped my irritation with, I think it's important to remember that all human beings really deserve equal dignity. It shouldn't depend on the passport that we carry.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
I get money in my agency for studies on Africa's potential to process mangoes. But I don't get the money to say, can you help me build the pilot plant? It's $3 million. Can you help me combine your aid from the Dutch government with a processing company where you put part of the money and I build a pilot plant to show President that he can process his mangoes and stuff and put it on Tesco in London? That's what I want to see in the food crisis now. Not just the emergency, but how we combine in public PPP, combine ODA with some private sector venture capital to help these countries link to global markets. So I raise the issue of corporate social responsibility. Because let us face it, today, Africa is washed with minerals. That's why the investment is coming. And by the way, in spite of lack of rule of law and democracy, they're coming in to sign contracts with us. But can we have a CSR, a corporate social responsibility, that says to these companies, as Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is trying to do in Liberia with Mittal, to say, hey, we want to know the revenues. We want to see that you don't import chickens to feed your local workers, but you help our farmers produce the chicken. Can we have a common value system with CSR for everybody, whether it's Chinese, American, whatever company? Because today it is the reality that our comparative advantage is still minerals. What we want to see today, after 50 years of training with the world, is will these companies also say, you know something, it is in our enlightened self-interest that we also invest in agribusiness supply chain. So these people supply us our food. So we help the economy evolve and the education system.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
We don't mind having and bearing sanctions banning us from Europe. We are not Europeans. We have not asked for any inch of Europe or any square inch of that territory. So, Blair, keep your England and let me keep my Zimbabwe. Let no one who is negative want to spoil what we are doing for ourselves in order to unite Africa. We belong to this continent. The betrayal of the collective agenda we set ourselves at Rio is a compelling manifestation of bad global governance, lack of real political will by the North, and a total absence of a just rule of law in international affairs. By 10 years after Rio, the poor remain very much with us, poorer and far more exposed and vulnerable than ever before. Our children suffer from malnutrition, hunger, and diseases compounded now by the deadly HIV/AIDS pandemic. Mr. Chairman, having said that, may I say, people must always come first in any process of sustainable development. And let our Africans come first in the development of Africa, not as puppets, not as beggars, but as a sovereign people. I thank you.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
It was a time when we saw the white man, our colonial powers, as our enemies. But I think, no, not that I think, something that is worse than an enemy is a traitor. Yes. And when we won our freedom, some of our countries were led by some of the most noble nationalists, of our time. But at the same time, with the passage of time, some of them became treacherous and rather betrayed our aspirations. In effect, what I'm trying to say is that as bad as an enemy can be, I think something worse than an enemy is a traitor. We've ended up evolving in the process of trying to modernize. We've ended up being westernized to the point where, as I sit here before you, when I wanted to even name my children African names, heroic names, I'm a Catholic. The Catholic Church, or that character, back at home, said, no, I cannot. They'll have to be Catholic names. I mean, those Catholic names are European names. I went through an argument with this priest, and I said, listen, I have a right to my identity. Don't take away my identity. Okay? I mean, Christianize me if you may, but don't westernize me. Let me just say something. I have a little theory that the world is manipulated. I may be wrong, but the world is manipulated by the multinational corporations, the media, some parts of the media, and the intelligence apparatus. They work as a triumvirate, and they are neatly sandwiched like the ham, like your tomato, whatever it is. They're neatly sandwiched in between the governed people, the governed ordinary people, and the governors. That is where the manipulation takes place. And there is a symbiotic relationship between the triumvirate and sometimes at this level. And if we do not make every possible attempt to return morality, when we're talking about the immorality of international politics, the immorality in business ethics is also percolating downwards, and the criminal, corrupt thing that goes on in my world is bad. So the sooner we begin to return, to restore some sense of morality in business ethics, in politics, in the media, intelligence apparatus, with beliefs, conviction that this is wrong, etc. After all, if you're talking about globalization, then please let the same value, what is good for the goose, let it be good for the gander.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Lock the doors, because what I'm about to say is going to upset some people right next here. Okay. Christopher Columbus did not discover America. So anyway, there were actually many other mariners before Columbus that discovered America as well. Decades earlier, even eons earlier, there were so many people that were coming across these islands and this continent. But it's only been in the last century that evidence has surfaced and continually grown to indicate that many of these pre-Columbian explorers might have come from Africa. So the first scientist to promote this possibility was Leo Wiener. He started noticing things. There are lots of things that led him to encounter certain discoveries that made him consider that possibly if the origins of American civilization might actually be in Africa. So he observed so many linguistic and botanical and other similarities that between 1920 and 1922, he published an extensive 3-volume piece called Africa and the Discovery of America. For example, he pointed out that Columbus himself was aware that African mariners had preceded him. In his diary of his second voyage, Columbus tells of how the natives of Hispaniola actually had given him gold-tipped metal spearheads that they said were brought by black-skinned people who had come in large boats from the south and southeast. Coincidence? I think not. No. So what's interesting about that, so upon returning to Spain, is that he actually took the spearheads and he sent them away and they had them assayed, and it turned out to be that these spearheads were covered in this metal this alloy that the inhabitants called guanin, and the metallurgists actually found out that this was an alloy of 32 parts. It was like 18 of gold, 6 of silver, 8 of copper, which dun 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 matched the metal used in spearheads made in Western Africa for thousands of years, as carried by medieval African warriors, including the Mali and the Moors. The West Africans even called this metal guanine, the same name used by the natives of Hispaniola. But nothing more was said about that. Conspiracy. Well, probably because, you know, in the interest of Spain, it was in their best interest that they didn't want to have any challenges to their discovery and the claims of the islands of the West Indies. But you know, Leo Wiener, being the curious person and the linguist that he was, and the etymologist, he couldn't help noticing that the origin of these many place names and botanical names in Mesoamerica actually sounded distinctly like other languages in Africa, particularly Bantu and even Arabic. Wiener and numerous other botanists have also puzzled over the presence of certain plants that predated Columbus but originated in Africa. For example, the calabash bottle gourds. Now, this is a species originally from West Africa, where they were well cultivated in America before Europeans arrived. Now, even long before they existed in Indonesia or Polynesia. So, in fact, the Pacific was the last place that bottle gourds actually reached and expanded to. The Brazilian botanist George Marcgrave wrote that the establishment of a particular varieties of plantains in this region stands as a strong argument for ancient maritime contact between the Americas and Africa. That's bananas. B-A-B-A-N-A-S. Other cultural elements get to the Americas. Well, you know, some believe, so what's that? Well, you're cheating. Well, you know, some people believe that you know, over thousands of years, Africans migrated out of Africa and then over the Bering Strait, then down into South America, and things like that. Well, another explanation exists, and so get ready. There you go. Let it out of your system. Awesome. Africans had ships. In fact, they had 4 kinds of. They had unbelievable. They had a shipload of vessels, and they had away. The anchors away. So in fact, they had 4 kinds of vessels, and Nubian pottery This is an example of Nubian pottery with a painting on it that shows a long-hold pottery art that shows either a long-hold boat or a papyrus raft or a hauled-out canoe. And then this other painting beside it is from, the first one was from 3000 BC, and this is a bird's eye view of an oared riverboat in Chad. And it dates from 3500 BCE. Now, the Africans of Guinea also had dugout canoes hewn from these monumental trees on the coast there. In 1500, just a few years after Columbus's voyage, the Portuguese captain Pacheco Pereira wrote, "In this country can be found the largest canoes made of a single trunk. Some are so large that they hold 80 men." Now, the West Africans were known to lash two dugout canoes together, side by side, and no one questions the seaworthiness of a similar type of Polynesian catamarans. Well, here's a 15th century Portuguese painting of sailing canoes on the Congo estuary. The Portuguese, like Captain Pereira, had heard that African traders were visiting Brazil in the mid-1400s. Now, Islamic historian Amir Hajib reported that voyages west from Mali were happening in the year 1311, just 150 years before Columbus. Now, when he asked the Mali emperor, shown here, incidentally, holding a globe of the world made of solid gold, asked him, well, tell me about this rumor about Atlantic travel. And he said that his predecessor had commissioned an expedition with 200 ships filled with men and a similar number with gold and water and enough provisions for 2 years. And he said, go out and find something. And if you don't come back till you find something or you run out of food. And unfortunately, only one ship returned, and the captain told the emperor that we sailed for a very long time until we met what seemed like a river with a strong current flowing in the open sea. So, well, this story seems to describe the trade wind-driven equatorial current, or the Canary Current. And you can see it's very easy for Africans from the south and the Angola regions to come up towards the equator and going westwards, or from the western coast of Africa north of the equator to go eastwards along that same current. Now, at least a dozen explorers, including Constantine Ravenous, reported seeing blacks upon reaching the New World. In fact, in 1513, Spanish explorer Vasco Núñez de Balboa, he said he met members of a tribe of Ethiopians in Panama. And according to Balboa's log, these men came from a totally black village that was 2 days' journey away. And he figured that these blacks had come from Ethiopia at a much earlier date. So there are also examples of physical evidence, including pre-Columbian African skeletons, which have been found throughout the Americas. Now, dating between 800 BCE and 300 CE, these murals are from the Temple of the Warriors at Chichen Itza. Now, they clearly feature, the color version is easier to see, but they clearly feature 3 races. And it's depicting Black and Indian allies and a battle against white invaders. Now, because of their long blonde hair jewelry, a skin-hulled boat that we have here, right there, and also the fact that they're fighting naked, which was common for warriors from Ireland, they believe that these are Celtic warriors. And because this mural shows that blacks are clearly fighting on the side of the Mayans, that they must have been integrated into society much longer before this painting was done in order to form that form of alliance. Now, there are numerous pre-Columbian figurines with striking similarities to ancient African artwork, and they've been found in Central and South America. In southeastern Mexico, there are 18 rock statues of heads up to 11 feet tall that are facing the ocean looking east. Now, archaeologists call them the Olmec colossal heads after the people that carved them. And they were produced for 50 to 200 years and date from at least 900 BCE, when they were mysteriously buried for some reason. So now think about it. It took enormous effort to quarry these. The smallest one was 6 tons, so 6 to 50-ton blocks, to quarry them and carry them 75 miles away from the quarry, and then carve them and then erect them. These people that they modeled them after must have been important. Whoever they were, they must have been important to be remembered or obeyed or worshipped. Well, Jose Meglier Serrano, the archaeologist who first uncovered them, He pointed out that facial features look amazingly like African blacks, and they all display distinctive headgear or protective helmets. Now, however, some people think that these are actually the facial figures of overweight babies. Yeah, I think they needed to wear helmets when they were babies if they think that. So, and then still others find it easier to believe that instead of Africans, those depicted or responsible for these sculptures, and as well as the Mesoamerican pyramids, were not African Americans, but dun dun dun. So why is it that so many people have never heard of this alternative of American discovery by the continent's nearest neighbors? So, I mean, look, now the thing, exactly, whoa, where'd all the continents go? So this is, look at how close this is. I mean, white people don't think that you could go, this is closer compared to more than twice the distance that Columbus sailed. This will win a drink for you in a bar game sometime. Which state is closest to Africa? Maine. Yeah, look, see there, you got to need a globe for this. Look at that, you know, versus is it so? Yeah, geometry, science. There you go. That's, so anyway, so and so very few Americans know this. And why is this? So having examined textbooks throughout for years up until 2018, James W. Lowen says that although some books cite the alternative possibility that Vikings, Norse, or even Irish may have reached America first, not one textbook, old or new, mentions the West Africans. So whether or not you give any credence to this admittedly controversial Afrocentric theory, it's obvious that Columbus was not the first to discover America, but the last. So why did he make such an indelible mark on Western people's minds? Well, conquest may have a lot to do with it. Right, Eurocentrism. And also unlike the mundanity of perhaps thousands of years of peaceful African transatlantic trade, the quest for gold and world domination makes a much better story. The story of Columbus remains the most widely accepted version of American discovery, most likely because it was the most recent, the most well-armed, the most documented, and the most similar in appearance to the authors of American textbooks. And one other thing that should be pointed out here is that in the years after Columbus discovered America, in 400 years, 20 million Africans were stripped from the coast of Africa, half of them dying in transit for slavery, who knows how many fleeing inland. And at the same time, within 5 years of Columbus's arrival, New World, 90% of the indigenous population had died from disease or murder, 90%. So the fact is that leaves few people to have a written or memory or an oral history of the seafaring of their African discoverers. Historian Samuel D. Marble wrote, as a subject for research, the possibility of African discovery of America has never been a tempting one for American historians. We choose our own history, or more accurately, we select those vistas of history that more or less kind of explain to have the promise of the greatest satisfaction for ourselves. And we have had little appetite to explore the possibility that our founding father was a black man.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
I think that the things that have brought us here today tell us a lot about the development of our continent of Africa. I'm beginning by saying that the place of the diaspora, the status of people in the diaspora, of the African diaspora, is intimately linked with what happens on the continent. An Africa strong and performing transforms your position and your status here in Europe. But an Africa which continues to live the narrative of poverty, hungry children, people who going across the Sahara, going in rickety boats and dying in Lampedusa to get to Europe. That Africa is not a narrative that is going to help you over here. So I think between you and us, our main task is the transformation of the continent. And why do I say so? Just one simple example. The Chinese diaspora is supposed to be some 60 million people. And in the table of states, they constitute the 25th country in the world. They're saying that of the 52 billion foreign investment that went into China in the 80s and 90s that transformed China into what it is today, the manufacturing hub of the world, 50% of that, 26%, came from the Chinese overseas community. And that development of China that has taken place has changed the status and the position of Chinese all over the world. So I want you to take those statistics very seriously, because that is the transformative connection that we want to make with the African diaspora. How to implicate it in the development of the continent. Once we change the narrative about Africa, and we can only do it ourselves, we have to get away from the idea that there's some Father Christmas somewhere who's going to come and develop our continent for us. There is no such Father Christmas. There's just us who are going to be able to develop our continent. So once that mentality is our mentality, then we have to do it ourselves. Then our relations with other people become that much more structured and punctilious, if you like. Our relations with France, our relations with Europe. Our relations with Europe is a natural one. You look at the geography of the world, Africa and Europe are natural partners. There's just this small strip of water, the Mediterranean, that separates the two of us. So when you look at that, and you look also at the history that has gone on between Africa and Europe, that is a natural relationship and a natural alliance, but a relationship that has to be different from the relationship that we've had up to now. Why do I say so? That relationship has enriched Europe, but has not enriched Africa. So we need to change that dynamic. And we can only do it by ourselves taking the correct measures for our future.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. And if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
And so we are in a state of emergency. Black people are dying in a state of emergency. We cannot look at this as an isolated incident. The reason why buildings are burning are not just for our brother George Floyd. They're burning down because people here in Minnesota are saying to people in New York, to people in California, to people in Memphis, to people all across this nation, enough is enough. And we are not responsible for the mental illness that has been inflicted upon our people by the American government, institutions, and those people who are in positions of power. I don't give a damn if they burn down Target, because Target should be on the streets with us calling for the justice that our people deserve. Where was AutoZone at the time when Philando Castile was shot in a car, which is what they actually represent? Where were they? So if you are not coming to the people's defense, then don't challenge us when young people and other people who are frustrated and instigated by the people you pay. You are paying instigators to be among our people out there throwing rocks, breaking windows, and burning down buildings. And so young people are responding to that. They are enraged, and there's an easy way to stop it. Arrest the cops, charge the cops, charge all the cops, not just some of them, not just here in Minneapolis, charge them in every city across America where our people are being murdered. Charge them everywhere. That's the bottom line. Charge the cops. Do your job. Do what you say this country is supposed to be about, the land of the free for all. It has not been free for Black people, and we are tired. Don't talk to us about looting. America has looted Black people. America looted the Native Americans when they first came here. So looting is what you do. We learned it from you. We learned violence from you. We learned violence from you. The violence was what we learned from you. So if you want us to do better, then damn it, you do better.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
The conqueror writes history. They came, they conquered, and they wrote. Now, you don't expect people who came to invade us to write the truth about us. They will always write negative things about us. And they have to do that because they have to justify their invasion in all the countries. It's like saying when the Europeans went to America, there were no Indians there. It's ridiculous because they were there. I know that my people were there. We don't write our history. It has always been handed down to us orally by our elders. Of course, the white man came and he writes history. In fact, you don't know anything about any place until the white man gets there. Like my husband always says, it's like saying, well, until the white man comes to any place, nothing lives. It's only when he comes and say, boof, I've discovered you, now you exist. The white man, wherever he is, whether he is in the majority or the minority, he rules. It just shows you, it just proves to everyone that we just have to keep fighting. We just have to fight that much more because it doesn't matter whether he's majority or minority. He's always on top. I think if you're Black, you have difficulties everywhere there are white people. And most white people always say that we should not generalize and so on and so forth. And in fact, there are some countries, even take Sweden. In Sweden, people say there's no racial problem there, but it is only because there are not many Black people in Sweden, so you don't really see it as clearly as you see it in countries like United States or even South Africa. But there is prejudice everywhere.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more, subscribe and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
The conqueror writes history. They came, they conquered, and they wrote. Now, you don't expect people who came to invade us to write the truth about us. They will always write negative things about us. And they have to do that because they have to justify their invasion in all the countries. It's like saying when the Europeans went to America, there were no Indians there. It's ridiculous because they were there. I know that my people were there. We don't write our history. It has always been handed down to us orally by our elders. Of course, the white man came and he writes history. In fact, you don't know anything about any place until the white man gets there. Like my husband always says, It's like saying, well, until the white man comes to any place, nothing lives. It's only when he comes and say, boof, I've discovered you, now you exist, which is ridiculous. Because the white man, wherever he is, whether he is in the majority or the minority, he rules. It just shows you, it just proves to everyone that we just have to keep fighting. We just have to fight that much more, because it doesn't matter whether he's majority or minority, he's always on top. I think if you're Black, you have difficulties everywhere there are white people. And most white people always say that we should not generalize and so on and so forth. And in fact, there are some countries, even take Sweden. In Sweden, people say there's no racial problem there. But it is only because there are not that many Black people in Sweden, so you don't really see it as clearly as you see it in countries like United States or even South Africa. But there is prejudice everywhere. I always feel that even though one is an artist, that we are first human beings and we live in the same world as any other person, so that we as artists should never close our eyes to what is happening around us. Therefore, coming from South Africa, naturally, my life was affected by my environment there. And the songs that I sing are just about my everyday life. And the things I say are those things that have affected my life. The message I'm trying to give to my audience is not one. I am just trying to make them understand me as a person and understand my country and my people. And that is why I have to say the things I say in my performances, because I know, again, that I am right. And because I am right, I know I will win, because the truth shall never be covered by lies.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
You studied your history, and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce, and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
It's interesting, we heard from the Minister of DRC, what's wrong with your country? Well, we don't even start by saying the King of Belgium created a slave colony for 30 years. The government of Belgium ran the slave colony for another 40 years. The CIA assassinated your first popular leader, Mr. Lumumba, and then installed another dictatorship for the next 30 years. And then Glencore and others now suck out your cobalt without giving you tax income. We don't reflect on that. We say, what's wrong with you? Why don't you govern properly? So we have a system, but we need a different system. And the different system has to be based on principles of human dignity in the Universal Declaration, principles of sovereignty, principles of economic rights, because these are not nice things to do. In 1948, all the government said that food is a right, social protection is a right, not a nice thing, not a pleasant thing, a right. I come from a country that not only doesn't care about the world's poor, it doesn't even care about its own poor. 1 in 7 Americans is hungry right now. And they don't care. I mean, the poor people care, but one political party, all it cares about is cutting taxes for the rich and filibustering any solution. So we're in a world that's really tough. The private sector is not going to solve this problem. I'm sorry to say to all of the private sector leaders, behave, pay your taxes, follow the rules. That's what you should do. And what the governments should do is the following. They won't, but they should. First, the G20 should become the G21 by inviting systemically the chairperson of the African Union and the African Union to be the 21st country. The European Union is a member of the G20 as the EU. If you add the AU as the 21st for the G21, you add 1.4 billion people to representation at that crucial event. That will change decisively the discussion, because 1.4 billion people are not at the table for finance right now, and they need to be. So my first recommendation is the G21. I love the G20. Add one seat, 1.4 billion people with the AU represented. Second, we need an order of magnitude change of development finance. The rich countries just borrowed $17 trillion for COVID. The poor countries, nothing. Because the rich countries can borrow at 0, and the poor countries pay 5 or 10% coupon rates or have no access at all. So the world exposed its grotesque inequality this past year and a half. Rich countries didn't say, we tighten our belts, why don't you? My country spent $7 trillion of emergency funding, not one penny for anybody else, by the way. $7 trillion, it didn't even cross the imagination of the US Congress to include a few crumbs for the rest of the world. But the poor countries cannot borrow. That's what we should have heard from the World Bank. I didn't hear that from the World Bank. I didn't hear real numbers. Real numbers are in trillions right now because the world economy is 100 trillion a year. But we don't talk about real numbers. But my job, all I know in this world is long division. Divide by 100 trillion and then see whether you're talking about something real or not. So that's the second thing. We need massively to increase the lending and borrowing capacity of poor countries at near 0 interest rates like the rich countries have. Then they could get something done. And then we say, why don't things work well? Because the rich are hoarding everything. Final point, rather than our 3 billionaires going in space, well, they could go into space and stay there and leave their money behind. That would be one idea.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa. Truthful and Unapologetic.
What's happening in Ethiopia is really unacceptable. We hope that they cease fire and we find an immediate African solution to that problem. We're happy with the attitude of President Kenyatta, who speaks very forthrightly and openly about the happenings in Ethiopia. And we think that press statements from AU are not enough. There should be, some form of physical immediate intervention. And we can begin to experience long-lasting peace in the continent, because people know that if you engage in shenanigans, the continent is likely to come on you. The issue of Guinea, for instance, we don't know what happened to the president, except that we just told they are condemned and all of that. But what has followed practically and physically to make sure that the coup that happened doesn't become legitimized and it gets seriously isolated? So we need a follow-up on that. We are going to announce very soon the dates will be occupying all the borders of Swaziland, because we have spoken about the issue of Swaziland for a very long time. We need to take action now. The continent, the region has supported us, and the people of Swaziland need us more than ever before. We have to go and block the borders of Swaziland and make sure that Mswati steps down. We have no problem with royalty in Swaziland, but let it assume the role of the Zulu royalty and any other royalty in South Africa. Let them continue as royalty without interfering in the political affairs and the economic affairs of Swaziland. And they too must queue on the line like any other person, because we're all equal in a democratic South Africa. So we're going to Swaziland, and the people of Swaziland must not be discouraged. The EFF must keep the fires burning. They must continue to fight. The students, the young people of Swaziland, no one has ever said it's going to be easy. It has always been very difficult. Even for us here in South Africa, it looks like it's easy. Ask Helen Zille what happened to her in PE. It's a daily struggle that we live with, of being harassed by the establishment, but we never give up. So the youth of Swaziland continue to fight. We are coming to join you from the other side of the borders. We'll only allow medicine and food to go to Swaziland. Any other thing will not be allowed to pass.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Ladies and gentlemen, comrades and friends, before I read my statement, I must say, after listening to President Xi Jinping, here is a man representing a country once called poor, a country which never was our colonizer. But there you are. He is doing to us what we expected those who colonized us yesterday to do. If they have ears to hear, let them hear. Dear colleagues, distinguished delegates, as I conclude, I am confident that our deliberations here in Johannesburg will reinforce the interdependence between China and Africa as we pursue our shared vision. Long live Africa-China relationship.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
In Britain, we present the colonial project as being about teaching the natives table manners and double-entry bookkeeping. In Kenya, soon after the Second World War, there was an uprising by the Kikuyu people who wanted their land back. The Kikuyu were herded into concentration camps and fortified villages, almost the entire population of over 1 million people. People were systematically tortured to death. Some of the British soldiers boasted about this. This is within living memory. The colonial secretary lied about it. The papers documenting it were burnt. The impact of the rich and powerful nations has been so phenomenally murderous and destructive that it has been completely airbrushed from our national consciousness. In order to justify the land-grabbing colonial projects, you had to create an ideology. We, the Europeans or the Americans, have come to rescue the rest of the world from its depravity and backwardness. But in order to do that, you have to be able to demonstrate that the rest of the world is depraved and backward. From this arose the racism that is still with us today. It was a necessary component of the colonial project. Some people might claim, well, okay, we broke a few eggs to make this omelette. It's as if all those human beings were eggs. But look at the omelette. Isn't it fantastic? Look, we've made this fantastic omelette. Forget about all that unpleasant stuff and let's just celebrate where we are. Where we are is a continuation of the project. We commodified people's land and people's labor and turned it into our property. We're also destroying the rest of the living world alongside it. We don't have to be like this. We are the same human beings as anybody else.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
It is quite simple. We need the raw materials, and you have the raw materials.
However, as I have stated on occasion, Ghana no longer wants to be dependent on the production and export of raw materials, including cocoa beans. We intend to process more and more of our cocoa in our country with the aim of producing more chocolate ourselves, because we believe that there can be no future prosperity for the Ghanaian people in the short, medium, or long term if we continue to maintain economic structures that are dependent on the production and export of raw materials. We intend to add value to our raw materials, industrialize and enhance agricultural productivity. This is the best way we can put Ghana at the high end of the value chain in the global marketplace and create jobs for the teeming masses of Ghanaians. It is for this reason that my government continues to put in place a number of measures aimed at attracting investment into Ghana, as well as stimulating growth of the private sector. We have succeeded over the last 3 years in ensuring that all our macroeconomic indices are pointing in the right direction. Cut our fiscal deficit, introduce a monetary policy that is stabilizing the currency and reducing significantly the cost of borrowing, and have introduced a raft of tax cuts which are bringing relief to and encouraging businesses. These interventions have led to Ghana recording an annual GDP average growth rate of 7% since 2017, making us consistently one of the world's fastest growing economies during the period. We have one of the most business-friendly economies in Africa, evidenced in our status as the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. Ghana has also been selected to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area, a market of some 1.2 billion people with a combined GDP of US 3 trillion American dollars. It is the world's largest free trade area since the formation of the World Trade Organization. Our goal is to make Ghana the hub of trade in Africa, and thus serving notice on Swiss investors to take advantage of the growing business-friendly climate in Ghana and of our unique position as host of the AfCFTA Secretariat to set up joint venture enterprises in our country and thereby access this huge market that the free trade area presents.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
You know, we have this unfortunate problem, perception problem, and unfortunately created by the media, that every single day, right? You know, it's the negative aspects of Africa that are brought out there. You know, I keep telling people, you know, sometimes, you know, you watch news, which I've stopped watching because, and you find Al Jazeera, CNN, Sky, BBC, whichever one you flip to. So they're talking about something that has happened in Rwanda, in South Sudan, in Ethiopia, in Somalia. My friends, sometimes even as far away as Nigeria on the other side of the continent. And then when the guy is signing off, this is John White reporting from Nairobi, Kenya. I like, so everybody now, when the thing that sticks in their mind, Nairobi, Kenya, is where Boko Haram lives and thrives, you know. You know, is where there is hunger and starvation, is where there is, I don't know, because the only is Nairobi, reporting from Nairobi, Kenya. The story is forgotten, it's just Nairobi, Kenya. So, I'd like people to appreciate that as much as we seek African unity, but each country is unique, and I believe Kenya is unique. Yes. Yeah, and it should be known for its uniqueness.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Mr. Chairman, it is vital to emphasize this problem of disarmament, and I suggest that this conference should call upon the powers of the world to disarm. They must disarm in order to ensure that they are unable to strike against each other. And Mr. Chairman, from this conference, let us give them a positive maxim. If you want peace, stop preparing for war. Why peace? Peace, and yet there is no peace. Only last night, the Soviet Union exploded a nuclear device. This is a shock to me, as it must have been to you all. But it is a shock which possibly brings home to us the supreme danger facing mankind, the imperative necessity for peace, and the urgent need to sign a treaty for complete and general disarmament.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
I happen to be very familiar with Africa, and I have been for quite some time on the Senate Armed Services Committee. I think they consider me the point man for Africa. Our Côte d'Ivoire is a West African country. We've been reading about it. You don't read much about it. It's sub-Saharan Africa. Nobody cares about sub-Saharan Africa. Anyway, the news is reporting that President Gbagbo, that's the seated president, and his wife Simone were captured yesterday by the French military forces, acting with the rebel forces of Alassane Ouattara. According to the BBC and Reuters, that after the UN and the French helicopters repeatedly attacked the presidential palace, French special forces stormed the building with up to 30 French tanks and armored vehicles and took them both from the presidential palace. Mr. President, this is not peacekeeping, this is war making. This is not the role of the United Nations. And I question why the French are participating in this battle. The African Union has also condemned this foreign military intervention. You know, why don't we listen to Africa? Africa, for so many years, they were used, they were abused, they were by the colonialism. And certainly no one has been worse and more offensive in that than the French have. But they don't listen to Africa. I hope every president of sub-Saharan Africa is watching right now, because what happened there can happen to any country in sub-Saharan Africa. You know, I wonder sometimes, why is it nobody cares about sub-Saharan Africa? I remember way back in I think it was 1998, when under President Clinton, they were going to send troops into Kosovo. And the excuse they were using at that time was ethnic cleansing. And I said on the Senate floor, I said, why is it we're all concerned about ethnic cleansing in Kosovo for every one person in Kosovo who's been ethnically cleansed on a given day? 100 in any one country in sub-Saharan Africa has, but nobody cares. Nobody cares about sub-Saharan Africa. Why is there no outcry for these millions of people who are being brutally murdered in other places in the world in sub-Saharan Africa? I have to say this, and I know that I'm repeating what I said in 1998 on the floor. I have to say this, and I know it's very unpopular to say it, but I'm going to quote a guy whose name is Roger Wilkins. He is professor of history and American culture at George Mason University. He said, quote, I think it is pretty clear U.S. foreign policy is geared to the European American sensibility, which takes the lives of white people much more seriously than the lives of people who are not white. Because this is not about the Gbagbos. It's about the modern day return to French colonial imperialism. And this time, with the help of the United Nations, we could, they were doing this. Here's what my concern is. Côte d'Ivoire has had a hard enough time trying to break free from the yoke of French colonialism. From the days of President Houphouët-Boigny in 1960 through Bédé in 2000, then Gbagbo when he was elected in the year 2000. Now, up to that time, the French has virtually owned all the presidents. They're all right there with France. All you have to do is go through the streets of Abidjan, what streets might be left right now, I doubt if there are many, and you'll see that that's happening. So it's not just the Gbagbos. Any president on the African continent in sub-Saharan Africa should know this could just as well happen to them. And ministers and their friends. And so again, I would say to any of our friends in any of the presidents of any of the countries in sub-Saharan Africa, put that back up. What has happened right here could very well happen to the presidents or the first ladies of your countries.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
And I want to talk about the issue of access to vaccines. We have made a proposal which is supported by more than 100 countries. And what we have said is we want, and this comes back to what the youth were saying as well, they want to know whether they have a continent which will help to develop their skills, where they can thrive. But what do we want? We want to be able to make our own vaccines. And we will deal with the issue of reluctance for our Africans to take vaccines. But we want to make vaccines. We don't just want to fill and finish and package, which is what we are being offered. That we want you to build a capacity to fill, finish, and package, and we will send you the drug substance. And we say, no, we want you to relax the intellectual property rights for a while so that we can make the drug substance, because we have the capability. And there are quite a number of countries on the continent that can. And right now, we've got countries like Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Rwanda, South Africa, and Kenya. Easily, they have the capability, the manufacturing capability, and we are saying we want to be able, we want to go beyond just getting the substance from Europe or wherever, filling and distributing. We want to make the drug substance, because that is where the intellectual property resides. And that is where we want our young people who are epidemiologists, who are scientists, to see that there is a future for them. Then they will not go to Europe, they will not go to America, they will stay here, because they will know that they can work effectively and display all the skills we have. They say, no, we know what is good for you. We just want you to do fill and finish, and that's it. And we say, no, we no longer want that. You did that long ago when you colonized us. And when you raped and pillaged our countries, we're saying no now. We have the capability, and we want to make all these things ourselves. Now, quite often we find that there is a bit of paternalism that underpins the relationship between us. I'll give you a very good example. After Omicron was announced, I was due to travel to West Africa. And in traveling in the wake of Omicron, I received calls from the 4 presidents that I was going to travel to: President Macky Sall, Buhari, Ouattara, as well as Akufo-Addo. And they said, we've heard about this Omicron. Are you still coming? We want you to come. What can we do to help? And I said, President, if you're still relaxed about our coming, we are coming. A plane load of us, together with journalists, we got on the way. Before I left, I also got some calls from Europe. And the calls were so paternalistic. They were saying, hello, President Ramaphosa, we've heard about this Omicron. I am sorry to tell you that we are banning travel to Europe from South Africa and Southern Africa. No discussion, no attempt to hear what our views are. And I'm saying that the relationship needs to be mutually respectful. We need to respect one another. The African presidents respected me as we respect one another. But from Europe, I just got a message of saying, we've banned travel, thank you, goodbye, see you next time. That's not the way to conduct relationship.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
On land reform, the ANC applauds our people from all walks of life, including people in the rural areas, farm laborers, the unemployed, the landless, urban residents, farmers, traditional leaders, intellectuals, for expressing their views on this critical matter. Our people have been expressing their views on the land question openly and without any fear or favor. They've been putting forward solutions on how the land question can be resolved. This is the constitutional democracy that we fought for. A proper reading of the Constitution on the property clause enables the state to effect expropriation of land with just and equitable compensation, and also expropriation without compensation in the public interest. It has become patently clear that our people want the Constitution to be more explicit about expropriation of land without compensation, as demonstrated in the public hearings. There is also a growing body of opinion in our country that the Constitution, as it stands, does not impede expropriation of land without compensation. The ANC Lekgotla reaffirmed its position that a comprehensive land reform program that enables equitable access to land will unlock economic growth by bringing more land in South Africa to full use and enable the productive participation of millions more South Africans in the economy. Accordingly, the ANC will, through the parliamentary process, finalize a proposed amendment to the Constitution that outlines more clearly the conditions under which expropriation of land without compensation can be effected. The intention of this proposed amendment is to promote redress, advance economic development, increase agricultural production and food security. It will also transform the unjust spatial realities in urban areas. We call on all South Africans to work with us in developing a social compact for economic inclusion, economic growth, and jobs for all.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
We've come here to cause a ceasefire. We haven't come here to cause to bring about a ceasefire. We have come here to determine whether Zimbabwe shall be free or not. We are at war with Ian Smith. And the war must continue until he's able to tell the British government that he has surrendered. But before he has surrendered, well, the fighting has got to continue.
Would you like to see a Marxist state in Rhodesia when it goes independent, Zimbabwe?
I want a socialist state, yes, which is based on principles that are drawn from all socialist systems that are available, that have had experience, and so on.
Would you be prepared to see farmers owning their own land in your state?
Well, for a beginning, they can. Why not? But as we stated, it's preferable that the land belongs to the people as such. That's traditional, and it also is in accord with our socialist ideals.
Mr. Mugabe, your position to some people will look like a very tough one. Does this mean you want the conference to fail?
The failure of the conference cannot be laid upon our shoulders. It's entirely the responsibility of the British government, because right from the onset, we have been demanding from the British government that they participate in the conference in their capacity as the colonial power, and that they must assume the role of a decolonization power. But Britain has indicated that it's not willing to do that. And if the conference fails, please don't blame us for its failure.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Let me just say something. I have a little theory that the world is manipulated. I may be wrong, but the world is manipulated by the multinational corporations, the media, some parts of the media, and the intelligence apparatus. They work as a triumvirate, and they are neatly sandwiched like the ham, like your tomato, whatever it is. They're neatly sandwiched in between the governed people, the governed ordinary people, and the governors. That is where the manipulation takes place. And there is a symbiotic relationship between the triumvirate and sometimes at this level. And if we do not make every possible attempt to return morality, when we're talking about the immorality of international politics, the immorality in business ethics is also percolating downwards, and the criminal, corrupt thing that goes on in my world is bad. So the sooner we begin to return, to restore some sense of morality in business ethics, in politics, in the media, intelligence apparatus, with beliefs, conviction that this is wrong, etc. After all, if you're talking about globalization, then please, let the same value, what is good for the goose, let it be good for the gander. You know, what you want for yourself, I think is something you should want for your fellow man. If we truly want to enjoy peace and stability under a so-called unipolar world, then we have to wake up to our responsibility. You listen to me. We end up with injustice. We end up with corruption. We end up with poverty. We end up with the worst possible things. We end up with the image. I don't have to tell you the image that you have in Africa. I don't have to tell you. We've always believed in, and we know the value of democracy. Long before, you know, we were colonized, and even after we were colonized. However, the world is going through changes, etc. We've been through the pain of colonialism, and today we're going through colonialism, neo-colonialism, in the sense that what I'm trying to say is that there was a time when we saw the white man, our colonial powers, as our enemies. But I think, no, not that I think, something that is worse than an enemy is a traitor. Yes. And when we won our freedom, some of our countries were led by some of the most noble nationalists, you know, of our time. But at the same time, with the passage of time, some of them became treacherous and rather betrayed our aspirations. In effect, what I'm trying to say is that as bad as an enemy can be, I think something worse than an enemy is a traitor. We've ended up evolving in the process of trying to modernize. We've ended up being westernized. The late Pope John Paul contributed his quota towards the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. With the growing unipolar world, some of us were thinking, is it going to be better or is it going to be worse? The Western powers talk about democracy, Christian values, etc., etc., etc. Some of us were hoping that, well, let us hope it's going to be better. Do you know what your own Pope John Paul said if he died in a meeting with President Gorbachev? He described the new situation as the savagery of capitalism, the savagery of capitalism. This is a serious indictment. It's a serious indictment of us. We're beginning to sow the seed of instability. My brother, let us wake up.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Well, I've not spoken to you about this. It's a good question. Stevie Wonder said in the press recently that he wanted to move to Ghana. Now, those of us in the room that know Stevie personally, he says this thing many times through the years that we've known him. But this last time he said it, what he said, I'm moving to Ghana so that I can be valued and respected more. It's almost exactly the phrase he used. And, you know, you got to think, as a Black American, who amongst us is more valued or respected than Stevie Wonder? And the idea that he would feel this way at this stage in his life and in his career, he goes on to say, I would do this for my grandchildren so that they don't have to worry about that, which is a very ominous thing to say because clearly this is going to last for the foreseeable future. And to see him decide to make that move, I wanted to go. Because I look at Stevie, I look at Stevie as he's the soul of American culture. And man, if the soul leaves the body, then this thing is dead.
I understand.
And I go, I'll follow him over there. Or I'll go myself. I'll do it for him.
Yes! Yes, stay in Africa. We love that.
I called Naomi immediately.
He did.
You put me in contact with David Adjaye. David Adjaye, for those at home, is a very respected architect, considered one of the finest on earth. And here in the United States, he did the Smithsonian Museum of African-American History, which is sacred ground as far as Smithsonians go for Black people. And he designed it. And Naomi put him in touch with me. And so we've been working together. Hopefully I'll build something there.
That's going to be beautiful.
But I'm definitely going to at least rent something for the foreseeable future. And I hope to open a comedy club there because I heard there's none. And I think
you're going to tour all 54 countries.
I would love to.
That'd be amazing.
You know, and I did that show in South Africa. I had never performed in Africa before. It was like, ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles, like the crowd went crazy. Like, you know, and I've gotten a lot of ovations, but you know, the way they responded, how quickly they bought the tickets, you know, I was surprised that there would be that kind of interest.
Oh no, I was not really surprised, but I think you're going to find that across the whole continent. It's going to be that way towards you.
And Netflix
They've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, they have. I didn't know. Like Netflix has all this data now that they share with me about where people watch me, and the viewership I have in parts of Africa are staggering. It's like
I'm not shocked.
People
I'm
love
not
me.
shocked.
They watch me like I'm an action movie, and I'm just telling jokes.
They want more. To get you live. Oh my goodness, you don't know what a blessing that would be to them.
Yeah, and do you remember when Chris Rock years ago had done a special in Africa? And I even noticed watching his special how great the crowd was. I think he was in Johannesburg. I would love to see that firsthand. You know what I mean? Because it's the best way to travel. Like you could go to a country and you could see things and maybe meet individuals, but entertaining roomfuls of people like crowds is a really good way to get to feel what a place is like, what a culture is like, or where you're different or where you're the same. You know what I mean? And I'm real lucky to have an opportunity or that kind of window to look in the world. And
And my mind's saying, this country. It's like there's so many. You have, I mean, it's true. There's going to be you got to film that. That's going to be an amazing day of conquering Africa, because it's going to happen. That's a whole nother chapter, but it's going to be a beautiful chapter to see the people, how they.
I mean, if I start something over there too, those cultures have so much to say, and this, you know, the platform or the genre of stand-up comedy is so uniquely American. I mean, they do it all over the world now, but it's an art form that started here primarily. But Africa, I feel like is very fertile ground for comedy as a genre.
There's a little girl in Kenya. She's not little actually. She's 20, called Elsa Majumbo.
I met her on your FaceTime, right? Yeah. She was with you one night.
Yes, she is. Oh my! She's getting her visa to come over from Kenya.
Sweetest thing was when you say hello to my friend, and you told me she's a young comedian. I'll never forget how her face looked when she saw me on FaceTime.
She was in shock.
Yeah, it was so sweet, man. It made me feel really
Total
good.
shock.
It would never dream, though, that there's some little girl in Africa that dreams of being anything like you.
Oh, there's so many.
Yeah,
wait, just you wait.
It was dope.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
Comrades, June 16 happened not because of the ANC. June 16 happened because of Steve Biko. Those children were following the ideas of Black consciousness. Those children, they wanted to liberate the mind. Tsietsi Manini, who was mentored by Abraham Tiro. Abraham Tiro, who was expelled from University of Tefliop for speaking and standing for Black people inspired by Black consciousness. So the struggle of 1976 was not just a struggle against Africans. It was a Black consciousness struggle. It was a struggle to liberate the mind, because they knew that if we allow the continuation of oppressing the mind of Black people, we will never realize our total freedom. The ANC denounced 1976. They must not claim now. They denounced it the same way they denounced Feast Must Fall. They only came later to support Feast Must Fall, the same way they came later to support the 1976 student uprising. Therefore, they must never claim the struggle of 1976. It was a struggle of the mind to conscientize our people. It was a struggle to instill in our people Black consciousness. What is Black consciousness? Is self-love.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
For example, the case in France, a judge somewhere in rural areas of France, one of the village judges somewhere, decides that he's going to indict leaders in Rwanda, and talks about all kinds of things that happened in Rwanda, and blames Rwandans for. At the same time, there is a bad history between us, where actually during the genocide, there are many things that happened that involved some people from France. So now, instead of actually Rwanda having a case against France, a judge in France indicts leaders of a country, military leaders, political leaders, a whole list of about close to 20. And they want to indict them to France to be tried for things that they say they did, which are also completely fabricated. But because of that bad history we have had, they wanted to do that. And we said, this is not possible. We said, if you are doing that, and they called it universal jurisdiction that give the powers to these judges. And we said, okay, if actually your judges have powers to do that, to indict people in Rwanda or elsewhere and take them to the courts in France, if it is universal, then our judges should have the authority to actually indict your people and bring them to the courts of law. So the question therefore was, how does it become universal when it is just one way? So this was the whole process. In fact, it was the same case with the one I mentioned of Spain, which you have since, on the same basis of argument, actually we have resolved this one. The one with France is still outstanding, and we have said, no way, you are not going to try anybody from here unless we try those who have cases against actually that were committed here. In fact, the people they want to try in Rwanda did not even are not said to have committed crimes in France. They are accusing them of committing crimes in Rwanda. So how about those of your country that actually committed crimes in my own country that you don't allow me to try?
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's voice on the world stage needs to be heard loud and clear. Africa must also be represented on important international bodies. Today, more than 7 decades after the creation of the United Nations, Africa remains a junior partner without meaningful input or role in the system of international governance. This is particularly true of the United Nations, where Africa lacks representation on the Security Council and is underrepresented in a variety of ways. It is the right time to reform and revitalize the United Nations system to reflect current global realities and ensure that it is a more representative and equitable body. Only fair representation and transparency in those institutions can usher in a just era in multilateralism. Consistent with our Esluini consensus of 2005, we should collectively insist that Africa's reasonable request for no less than 2 permanent seats and 5 non-permanent seats in the UN Security Council be adopted. Equally important is Africa's media representation on the international stage. Africa is often portrayed in international media negatively. The endless representation of the continent troubled by civil wars, hunger, corruption, greed, disease, and poverty is demeaning and dehumanizing, and likely driven by a calculated strategy and agenda. This stereotypical and negative media representation of Africa not only disinforms the rest of the world about our continent, but also shapes the way we see ourselves as Africans. Telling our own stories and shaping our own narratives must be our top priority. In this regard, I would like to propose to this august body the establishment of an African Union Continental Media House. This media house could be organized to provide authoritative news and information on our continent, fight disinformation, promote our collective agenda, and offer opportunities for Pan-African voice to be heard.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
There is a complex to it, and I don't mean to sound racist, but white people do have to take shots.
Yeah.
Because their bodies, the way it's set up, it doesn't fight the way ours is fight. Our bodies are just naturally, physically stronger than theirs.
It's the melanin, man. Say
Right.
what it is.
It
And
is.
to what
To being raised in Africa, drinking out of well waters and eating like freshly cooked, like lamb or anything, like
Yeah.
all of those, you could say, parasites that be in certain things that
Yeah.
people shy away from.
Yeah.
Those, your body actually needs that, because that's what strengthens your body to be so strong, to fight off all of those
Facts.
anything that's foreign that comes in.
Yeah.
But here you got bottled water, you got sanitizers, you got all the things
That is
afraid
stripping you.
that's
Oh,
stripping your body from even strengthening its own immune system, because
Right.
your body, like prime example, these kids that you see on the internet barefooted in these crazy parts where you be like, man, I would never eat that. I know I get sick.
Yeah.
These kids eating it, drinking it like it ain't nothing, because their
Chilling.
bodies are equipped for anything that foreign that enters their bodies, right?
Yeah.
So me having that as a child, and then coming on this side, a lot more healthier due to the fact that I'm drug free and all alcohol free and all of that. makes a huge difference.
Wow.
But people shouldn't shy too much away from, you know, tap water.
Right.
Like basic little things.
Yeah,
like,
stop
it's
drinking
okay.
tap water.
Like,
That'll help.
Right. Just drink like the basic things that you are afraid of. Just challenge it because your body's already set up to fight off all of these diseases and all this stuff that you're, you know, running from. People, Latin people, when they go to Africa, they don't have no problems. They
Right.
really don't. But when you start taking the shots, you're actually injecting disease
In you. They're giving you the disease so your body can fight off the disease.
Thank you.
Why? Like they're gonna give you a little bit of the disease before you go there so you don't get the disease.
And
Sounds crazy to me.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
In Africa is about girl education. 63% of non-educated adults today are women. That's the deep root of the gender inequalities. One of the critical issues we have regarding the African demography is the fact that this is not a chosen fertility. I always say, please present me the lady who decided, being perfectly educated, to have 7, 8, 9 children. And this is not teaching African people from New York. This is a pure bullshit to say that. A lot of African leaders today now dare to have this kind of speech. This is just because a lot of girls were not properly educated. That's why for me, education is the main answer. First, to avoid the worst. Second, to maximize opportunities in African countries and in the rest of the world. Third, to properly monitor demography, because it will be a chosen demography.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Egypt has always traditionally been given prominence as the height of ancient culture. Nubia is now coming into its own and is being understood to be of equal importance. It is different from ancient Egypt, but it is equally important and not just an adjunct to this Egyptian culture. What archaeologists do when they pull material from the ground or when they translate texts, they bring their own cultural baggage to that interpretation and the baggage of the times that they live in. And so it's imperative that we go back and continually reassess the things that we take as facts. Many of the early archaeologists came to the study of ancient Egypt and ancient Nubia from the perspective of Semitic languages or the study of the Hebrew Bible. And it was very important to them to bring Egypt specifically into the sphere of biblical studies. And so they had to carve Egypt away from Africa to bring it into that sphere. And the way that they did that was they used race. So these early archaeologists effectively made ancient Egypt white in the sense that they made it part of a dominant Western culture, and ancient Nubia was separated from that. It was Black. And this was how they took Egypt out of Africa and put it into this Semitic sphere, this biblical sphere. And it's only in recent decades, the last 3-4 decades, that Egyptology has really moved away from that. And scholars who are studying Nubia are really given the chance to give a voice to this Nubian material that it wasn't given much of a chance to have in the past. When George Reisner excavated Kerma, he found the statue, a large, beautiful statue of Senui, and also a statue partially destroyed of Jaffa Happy, her husband. It was a very large tomb, and with size in Egypt and in Nubia, we tend to assume ruler or someone very important, which usually translates to ruler. we now understand, yes, this was a ruler's tomb. It is a completely different time period than Jaffa, Happy, and Senewi lived in. Much later, we understand it to be a local ruler, so it was a Kerman official who, for reasons we can guess at, brought or had these two statues brought to Kerma and put in his tomb. It could have been an appropriation of Egyptian culture in general, just to show that, yes, I can own these things that are Egyptian wonderful works of art. Because what we're saying, if you read between the lines, is whoever owns these statues is a powerful person. And that means this art has power.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
There's just one thing that I want to say to my brothers and my sisters of the African diaspora in this room. And that is something that perhaps when I hear the way in which there's a lot of concern about the status in France and barriers in France. But there's one thing that all of you should remember, and I hope that you will associate this with me. The destiny of all Black people in the world, wherever they are, is bound up with Africa. Let me repeat that. The destiny of all Black people in the world is bound up with Africa. And performing Africa elevates the status of all Black people around the world. And non-performing Africa continues the situation where Black people around the world are looked at. So thank you for this opportunity to come and speak to you. Let us recognize the responsibilities that we have for each one of us, Africans at home and you in the diaspora. And I think that together, if we have this understanding amongst ourselves, there's a lot that we can do. Madam, that's what I can say to begin with. Thank you very much.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below. Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
SADC, there's no such a thing. AU, there's no such a thing. It's a group of all people who protect each other. They don't protect the interests of their people. It's a club. It's a gentleman club. They don't care. They don't call each other out. So they are unable to say, you are wrong here, you are wrong there. And therefore, this is how we need to fix it. And the way forward is that the youth must take politics serious. The youth must participate in politics. The youth must lead. Because most young people have left politics into the hands of old people who have nothing to do with that. AU has got a plan called 2063. And those people won't be there in 2063. That's why they can say 2063. They won't take responsibility. So we, the youth, who must stop suffering from political apathy and take the future into our own hands. That's how these structures are going to function, because we know that if we fail, if we say 2063 now, and we fail, we'll be held accountable in 2063 because we'll still be there. But our leaders won't be there at that time. Young people must start reawakening themselves and take politics serious. When it comes to voting, they don't vote. When it comes to political participation, they don't participate. They have given themselves into other things other than what matters, which is politics. If you go into America, if you go into developed countries, they take voting very serious. Here, we have to beg people with material to go and vote. If you don't cook, if you don't give them T-shirts, they will never go. I mean, what type of an attitude is that when you know that this is what is going to decide whether I'm going to have a clinic or not, whether I'm going to have a school or not. That affects your daily life.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below.
Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Undersecretary General Rosemary DiCarlo for her briefing. The Charter of the United Nations continues to wilt under the relentless assault of the powerful. In one moment, it is invoked with reverence by the very same countries who then turn their backs on it in pursuit of objectives diametrically opposed to international peace and security. Mr. President, this situation echoes our history. Kenya and almost every African country was birthed by the ending of empire. Our borders were not of our own drawing. They were drawn in the distant colonial metropoles of London, Paris, and Lisbon, with no regard for the ancient nations that they cleaved apart. Today, across the border of every single African country live our countrymen with whom we share deep historical, cultural, and linguistic bonds. At independence, had we chosen to pursue states on the basis of ethnic, racial, or religious homogeneity, we would still be waging bloody wars these many decades later. Instead, we agreed that we would settle for the borders that we inherited, but we would still pursue continental political, economic, and legal integration. Rather than form nations that looked ever backwards into history with a dangerous nostalgia, we chose to look forward to a greatness none of our many nations and peoples had ever known. We chose to follow the rules of the Organization of African Unity and the United Nations Charter, not because our borders satisfied us, but because we wanted something greater, forged in peace. We believe that all states formed from empires that have collapsed or retreated have many peoples in them yearning for integration with peoples in neighboring states. This is normal and understandable. After all, who does not want to be joined to their brethren and to make common purpose with them? However, Kenya rejects such a yearning from being pursued by force. We must complete our recovery from the embers of dead empires in a way that does not plunge us back into new forms of domination and oppression. We rejected irredentism and expansionism on any basis, including racial, ethnic, religious, or cultural factors. We reject it again today. Kenya registers its strong concern and opposition to the recognition of Donetsk and Luhansk as independent states. We further strongly condemn the trend in the last few decades of powerful states, including members of this Security Council, breaching international law with little regard. Multilateralism lies on its deathbed tonight. It has been assaulted today as it has been by other powerful states in the recent past. We call on all members to rally behind the Secretary General in asking him to rally us all to the standard that defends multilateralism. We also call on him to bring his good offices to bear to help the concerned parties resolve this situation by peaceful means. Let me conclude, Mr. President, by reaffirming Kenya's respect for the territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Thank you.
Did you like or hate what you heard? Let us know in the comments below, and if you want more candid speeches like this, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to catch all our latest videos. And please feel free to leave your suggestions, news tips, or topics about Africa you'd like us to cover. Welcome to Candid Africa, truthful and unapologetic.
I think of human beings from Africa enslaved and brought from Ghana to the New World, and all those profits getting sucked into cities like London and Glasgow. When I listen to Boris Johnson, when I listen to people like Joe Biden, when I listen even more to Emmanuel Macron, all I can think of is how condescending you are. You condescended to us 400 years ago. You condescended to us 300 years ago. You condescended to us 200 years ago. You condescended to us 100 years ago. You're condescending to us today. You only know condescension because for you, colonialism isn't something that happened in the past and we defeated you. It's not that. For you, colonialism is a permanent condition. And that permanent condition happens in two ways. There's the permanent condition of the colonial mentality. You want to lecture us. You want to tell us that we are responsible for all the problems because you'll never accept that you're the one principally to blame. You signed the Rio Formula in 1992 on common and differentiated responsibilities. You like the common part. You like the common part. You like to say we're all in this together and so on. We're not in this together. The United States, 4-5% of the world's population, still uses 25% of the world's resources. You outsource production to China, and then you say China is the carbon polluter. China's producing your buckets. China's producing your nuts and bolts. China's producing your phones. Try to produce it in your own countries and see your carbon emissions rise. You love lecturing us because you have a colonial mentality. Then there are colonial structures and institutions. You lend us money, and every time you lend us money, which is our money, every time the International Monetary Fund comes to our societies and they tell us, here's the money we are giving you. No, it's our money. You give us our money back as debt, and then you lecture us about how we should live. It's extraordinary. It's not just a colonial mentality. It's the colonial structures and institutions which reproduce themselves year after year after year. And let me tell you something, the climate justice movement, not clued enough on this, The climate justice movement is a movement that says we're worried about our future. What future? What future? Children in the African continent, in Asia, in Latin America, they don't have a future. They don't have a present. They're not worried about the future. They're worried about their present. Your slogan is, we're worried about the future. What future? That's a middle-class bourgeois Western slogan. You got to be worried.
Welcome to Candid Africa, Truthful and Unapologetic.
What disturbs me more than the policy that you call a policy is the rationale for the policy. The rationale for the policy. You set out 4 principles that you adhere to, and then and I will go over them in a moment. Then you say on page 14, we must not